Let's go. Alright. As usual, no GameStop news. You have this like paywalled ad by Bloomberg or paywalled article, but I'm sure it's really nothing. And then, really the only news you've seen is Switch 2 is going to be very limited, less than 100 Switch 2s at most GameStop stores. I think this article was supposed to be pretty interesting though. Read this. Let me fix the chat here first. Okay, there's that. GameStop hit like 27.30 today. That was pretty sick. Pretty sick. Alright, so how GameStop became an unlikely hedge in Trump's trade war. Nice. It's not paid. So, yeah, this should be a good article, maybe. I don't know. Probably it'll be okay. Amid the recent wave of volatility in the broader market driven by trade disputes, GameStop Corp has stood out as one of the few outliers trading higher against the tide of cratered sentiment and lower prices. This is not necessarily because its core business is shielded from the impact of tariffs or weaker consumer spending, but because it often trades independently of its actual fundamentals. GameStop has sometimes acted like a negative beta stock and more recently like a low beta one. That means it tends to hold its ground or even move in the opposite direction when the broader market struggles. Why does... I mean, I've heard that before, but... GameStop was going down when the market was going down, and then when the market broke support, GameStop didn't, and it started going up. So I don't know how that, to me, that doesn't seem like negative beta. It just seems like GameStop's overvalued or undervalued compared to the market, even as the market's crashing, but whatever. Add that to the company's latest updates, plans to invest its large cash reserves, except it's not doing that. Efforts to keep riding the meme stock hype, and insiders consistently buying shares regardless of valuation. All of this makes GameStop current momentum pretty compelling, to say the least. Sure, the way the stock is traded is unpredictable. However, momentum indicators point to short and long-term strength. Given everything that's happened recently, I'm taking a cautious bullish stance on GameStop. A bullish article. Interesting. These are it's weird seeing bullish articles after the many months of never hearing anyone talk about GameStop in a positive way. GameStop's position is a hedge against market instability. It's no secret that over the past 5 years, GameStop's been labeled as a meme stock thanks to the extreme volatility in its share price, driven mainly by retail investors and fueled by factors not necessarily linked to the company's actual fundamentals. I don't really agree with that. Consequently, the stock has become a rare case of an equity with negative beta. If we look at its performance over the last 5 years, GameStop shows a beta of negative 0.41, meaning that GameStop tends to zig when the broader market zags. This inverse relationship is unusual for stocks, especially in sectors like retail, which typically move in line with the economy. That's why assets like gold or long-term government bonds, often as portfolio hedges, are more likely to have negative betas at certain times. That said, it's important to note that GameStop's negative beta over the past 5 years has been heavily influenced by massive short squeezes in 2021 and the heightened volatility that followed most recently in mid-24. In fact, if we focus on just the past 2 years, GameStop beta is 0.79, suggesting the stock has been moving more in line with the broader market, though with less intensity. So to some extent, one could say the GameStop's positive performance when the S&P 500 is struggling comes from this lower inverse correlation with broader market trends. See, I just don't, I understand the negative beta idea, but I just don't agree with it. And, GameStop does have negative beta. That's pretty obvious, but... What is up? Is the stream even live right now? What's going on here? It's weird, interesting. Slow start to the stream. No, literally nobody's typed in chat yet. Very different. GameStop makes bold move with Bitcoin. Another point worth mentioning is that GameStop has recently introduced some pretty significant updates to its business strategy. which have reignited some of the meme era volatility. Although sales are still trending lower, management has worked to keep profits around break even. Much speculation is centered around the CEO, Ryan Cohen, might do with the company's growing cash reserves, reserves that practically quadrupled in 24, thanks to the massive equity offerings fueled by the hype around the return of Roaring Kitty, betting big time on the stock. See, I just, that's not why the stock moved, in my opinion. It's really not, but whatever. Last year, the board gave Cohen broad authority to invest GameStop's cash however he sees fit, including in equities. After a few quiet quarters, the company finally made two major announcements in its earnings figures published in March: an initiative to adopt Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset, and a 1.3 billion private offering of convertible senior notes. Kyle Jones, I've never seen that name in here before. Welcome back, Juan, but welcome, Kyle Jones. Welcome back, Mr. Juan. Mr. Juan. Cohen's strategy seems to mirror what MicroStrategy has done, raising cash through convertible bonds and showing interest in Bitcoin as a treasury asset. While this move does involve dilution, the stock initially popped double digits on the news before giving up gains in the following days. In my opinion, this was a smart play by GameStop's leadership. It shows a clear understanding that continuing to invest in its core business just isn't viable at this point. I mean, it's not that it's not viable, it's just they literally don't have to. The business is going to be profitable this year anyway, whether they invest money in it or not. It's literally just, the numbers don't lie. KCR, what's up? What's up, KCR? What is going on? A weird chat today. It shows a clear understanding that continues to invest in its core business just isn't viable at this point. By betting on Bitcoin and capitalizing on the ongoing meme stock hype, arguably GameStop's most valuable asset today, they're trying to leverage the balance sheet in a way that could buy them time or open new doors. With the core business still shredding sales every quarter, GameStop doesn't look like it can generate sustainable profitability anytime soon. Disagree. How is this a bullish article? How is this bullish? People who say that GameStop can't generate profitability don't know how to read balance sheets. Or I guess I should say the 10K, because it's not on the balance sheet. It's on the 10K or 10Q, whatever. 10K. But yeah. Some people just, this is your average stock market participant. They don't look through the 10K. They just repeat everything everyone else is saying, whatever news articles they've read. Like, nobody actually takes the time to research these days. To say GameStop, where did that go? I just lost my place. Oh yeah, to say GameStop doesn't look like it can generate sustainable profitability. Yeah, you have no clue what you're talking about. You literally don't know how to read a 10K. GameStop insiders drive stock momentum. The third and most recent factor helping GameStop shares rebound is directly related to the company's unconventional leadership team. Since Ryan Cohen first bought his initial stake, equivalent to 9% of the company's stock at the time, in August 2020, he hasn't sold a single share. That's despite seeing his position surge over 4,000% during the peak of the short squeeze in 2021. In fact, he's continuing to add shares over the past 5 years, though in smaller amounts, now holding around 8.4% of the company's outstanding stock, even after recent dilutions. Most recently, in early March, Cohen purchased another 500,000 shares at $21.55 on the open market, but he wasn't the only one buying. His longtime partner, GameStop director Larry Chang and Elaine Attell, who've been with him since the Chewy days, also joined. Despite wild price swings, both have consistently bought and held shares over the years. On April 10th, shares popped after it revealed Chang and Attell had added 5,000 and 10,000 shares respectively. What's up, Moose again? How you doing, bro? All the players. More of a shadow investor, long-time holder for GME. I'm not much of a talker. Oh, you're good, bro. It's always nice to know who's here, but it's just it's a different crowd today. It's a slow start. A slow start to the stream for sure. But welcome anyone who's here. Appreciate you being here. Generally speaking, when insiders, the people who arguably know the company best, are buying, it's often a sign they see strong future potential or believe the stock is undervalued. But here's the catch: GameStop is trading at 55x forward earnings, 3.1x forward sales, and 76.7x cash flow above industry averages. Meanwhile, its core business continues to shrink quarter after quarter. And just the revenues, but people are too focused on the revenues. That's why this insider buying sends such mixed signals. It contributes to the GameStop stock staying disconnected from its fundamentals, making it harder for short sellers to take a strong position. In turn, it helps keeps the share price elevated, even as fear, uncertainty, and doubt run high across the broader market. The latest technical data shows that most of GameStop's short and long-term moving averages, except for the 100-day, are flashing bullish signals, with the stock trading above those key levels. This suggests a potential continuation of the uptrend and could point to a good window to own shares. Is GameStop stock a buy or sell? On Wall Street, GME stock carries a moderate sell consensus rating based on one sell rating over the past 3 months. Being labeled a meme stock, GameStop has seen most analysts drop coverage over the past few years. One of the few exceptions is Wedbush's Michael Pachter, who's continued to follow the stock. Boomer Pachter. Although Pachter has been long time bear on the GameStop, he recently raised his price target from $11.50 to $13.50 while maintaining his sell rating. That new target still implies a 50% downside from the latest share price. In his most recent note, Pachter argued if GameStop were to buy all the Bitcoin with their $4.6 billion in cash and trade at 2 times their Bitcoin holdings, the stock would drop five bucks. Oh man, this guy, bro. uh, GameStop's heads potential and smart moves by Ryan Cohen. As a stock that often trades for reasons unrelated to its actual fundamentals, GameStop has the potential to act as a hedge if the broader market takes a hit. On top of that, I think the recent moves by CEO Ryan Cohen, looking to invest in Bitcoin and tap into meme hype through convertible bonds, are actually pretty smart and definitely more promising than doubling down on the company's struggling core business. Sure, there's still a long way to go before GameStop's fundamentals justify an $11 billion market cap, but these recent developments have at least clarified what the management team is trying to achieve. Well, that was the worst bullish article I've ever read in my life. Is that what we're gonna get now? Instead of, bearish articles of uninformed people, we're gonna get bullish articles of uninformed people. That's exciting. Not really, but seems about the route we're going down. I did like that last Seeking Alpha article though. That was pretty good. All right, let's see what else we got. Other than that little article, that wasn't really much news on GameStop. More of a terrible recap, but yeah, there's no news. The stock looks overall good today. J&J earnings this morning, and now you're getting more banks, Albertsons. Yeah, UAL after hours. And a couple other things. Banks and airlines for earnings. Everything's pretty much flat on the day. All the foreign stock markets are up for the most part, or flat. Commodities still down, but flat on the day. So not a lot going on today. A lot of upside on financials, probably from earnings. There's no insider buying. I've already looked. You did get some more whales on GameStop. You got a Gamma Investing. They increased their position size by 70%. 2,000 shares. Not really that big, but then you got SG America Securities with a brand new position, basically 42,000 shares. It's only 0.01 of their holdings, but that's a pretty big position, especially just, a brand new position. And at these prices as well. You know, its estimated average price is 27.04, so cool to see. Good to see buying up here. And then IMC Chicago increased their strangle on GameStop, but they're definitely betting more on the upside. They increased their share position by 171%, 291,000 shares. Then they increased their put position a little bit, 5%, 83,000. But then their call position, 442,000 calls, 17% increase. So they're definitely more bullish, but still have that hedge to the downside. So good to see, good to see. Finally seeing some whales on the stock again. And short interest should update probably next week, I think. Bitcoin still at 85. Jeez. But yeah, pretty slow day overall. HPE shares rise after activist Elliott Management takes 1.5 billion stake. I don't know what HPE is. Hewlett Packard Enterprise. Whatever that is. U.S. inability to place rare earth supply. I don't know what that. Bro, the stream is weird today. This is the most dead stream we've ever had as far as the chat goes. I mean, it does happen sometimes. It does happen, but it's always weird when it happens. Very weird. There's a couple more Bitcoin articles that got released. They could be decent. Maybe. Bitcoin, that could be interesting. Jared, what's up, Jared? How you doing? Let's see what that is. If you include retail access, Bitcoin treasury. There's a lot of companies integrating this Bitcoin treasury. Metaplanet buys an additional 3.8 billion worth of Bitcoin. I mean, I don't think we necessarily need to read about that, but it's a pretty slow day, so I'm trying to find as many interesting articles as I can. USW. Ross Ulbricht? I don't know who that is. Bitcoin, digital privacy. No. What is this? Another Bitcoin treasury thing. Crypto exchange Unocoin integrates lightning. I don't know what that is. Could be interesting. Senate confirms pro Bitcoin. Paul Atkins is SEC chair. Bitcoin policy hour. Block launches open source tools to simplify Bitcoin treasury management. Wait, Block has a treasury? When did Block start a treasury? U.S. tariff war with China is good for Bitcoin mining? What? Alright. This website's weird. They like the article we read, the last article that was on here yesterday was April 9th. And then they just uploaded like, I don't know, like 15 articles with different dates over from yesterday to today. Kind of odd, but they all, yeah, I don't know. Very weird, but at least they're somewhat decent articles. 4chan leaks user information. All right, I'm gonna read one of these Bitcoin articles for a minute, and then I'll find some other ones. All right, how a Bitcoin treasury converts idle reserves into strategic capital. The next evolution of corporate finances and diversification, its financial refinement. In the oil industry, reserves are only the beginning. What powers the world isn't raw crude, it's the refined outputs: jet fuel, diesel, gasoline, heating oil. Each serve as a different market, use case, and risk profile. Public companies that hold Bitcoin are now discovering something similar. Bitcoin held on the balance sheet is not just a passive reserve, it is a raw monetary resource, one that can be refined into multiple financial instruments designed to meet the specific needs of the different market participants. From structured debt to yield bearing assets to equity tied to Bitcoin appreciation, the Treasury is no longer just a place to store value, it becomes a refinery capable of producing diverse capital market outputs from a single scarce input. This shift is subtle but transformative, and it represents a new paradigm for capital formation, investor access, and corporate treasury strategy. From idle reserve to active refinery. A traditional treasury strategy has long centered around capital preservation. Corporations hold cash, short term bonds, and liquid equivalents as a defensive buffer. While this conservatism may preserve optionality, it often erodes shareholder value in real terms, especially in inflationary or low yield environments. Bitcoin changes the equation. Bitcoin is liquid, globally fungible, and transparently auditable. More importantly, it is programmable capital, a bearer asset with no counterparty risk and a fixed supply. When placed on the balance sheet, it enables new forms of financial expression. Just as oil companies refine crude into differentiated energy products, corporations can now refine their Bitcoin reserves into structured financial products that meet demands across the capital stack. This turns the treasury from a static safety net into a strategic source of capital access. 4 outputs of a Bitcoin refinery. When Bitcoin is the reserve, the treasury can produce refined outputs designed for different investment mandates, risk tolerances, and regulatory constraints. These outputs fall into 4 core categories. 1. Convertible debt instruments. Bitcoin-backed convertibles offer exposure to Bitcoin upside, often with cap downside. They appeal to institutional investors who want long-term optionality, but are constrained from direct Bitcoin exposure. These structures can be calibrated for volatility, duration, and dilution profiles. 2. Yield-bearing instruments. Corporations can structure instruments that generate predictable yield, collateralized by Bitcoin reserves, that open access to fixed income markets while retaining treasury flexibility. These are especially attractive to allocators seeking returns without navigating custody or Bitcoin volatility. Bitcoin-linked equity. When equity performance is visibly tied to the growth of Bitcoin reserves, public shareholders gain a clear directional thesis. Investors seeking asymmetrical upside can participate via equity that tracks Bitcoin exposure, combining macro conviction with liquidity and governance. 4. Future Bitcoin-backed income streams. Products like MSTY and Bitwise's new covered call ETFs are paving the way. These generate income from Bitcoin linked equities, offering downside protection, monthly yield, and mandate-friendly exposure for pensions, insurers, and endowments. Each product is a refined output, a market-facing instrument designed to deliver value from the same underlying reserve, serving investors who can't hold Bitcoin but want exposure. A major, often overlooked dynamic in capital markets is the regulatory constraint on asset mandates. Large institutional allocators, pension funds, endowments, insurance companies, and often prohibited from directly owning Bitcoin due to internal policies or custodial limitations. Yet many of these same allocators seek indirect exposure to Bitcoin's long-term upside. Refined Bitcoin treasury products offer a bridge. They deliver tailored Bitcoin exposure through familiar structures, removing the operational risk of custody. These instruments allow allocators to participate in the thesis while remaining compliant with existing mandates. For the issuing company, this unlocks entirely new pools of capital and enhances investor reach without changing the underlying business. The refinery model requires no pivot in core business. One of the most compelling aspects of this model is that it does not require a company to become something it's not. The refinery model is complementary to its existing operations. A company's products, services, and business lines remain intact. What changes is how it manages and mobilizes its treasury. A Bitcoin treasury unlocks the balance sheet. New capital formation tools. Securities that were previously unavailable, now built on Bitcoin collateral. Broader investor reach, including institutions that can't hold Bitcoin directly but can hold refined instruments. Alternative valuation frameworks, moving from traditional earnings per share to Bitcoin per share as an emerging metric of capital density. Stronger capital market narratives, a story that aligns with macro trends and investor conviction around scarcity. This model also avoids pitfalls common in traditional treasury strategies, such as currency debasement, reliance on underperforming fiat reserves, or excessive dilution during capital raises. It delivers optionality without operational complexity. The result is not disruption, it's a strategic upgrade. Conclusion, a new era of capital formation. Bitcoin is the first digitally scarce monetary asset. When held at the corporate level, it enables a form of capital refinement that was never possible with fiat or traditional reserves. This isn't just about holding Bitcoin, it's about unlocking its potential, turning a single reserve asset into multiple financial expressions, each calibrated for different investors and strategic outcomes. The corporate treasury is no longer static, it's now programmable, refined, strategic. The refinery is open, the resource is scarce. The question is, what will you produce? Not bad. I want to read this one. Jack Dorsey's Block launches open source tools to simplify Bitcoin treasury management. Block announced it has released a new open source toolkit designed to help companies manage their Bitcoin treasury holdings more efficiently. The release includes a corporate Bitcoin holdings dashboard and a BTC to USD real-time price quote API, now available for all companies and developers via Block public GitHub repository under the Block Open Source Initiative. As Bitcoin adoption grows among institutional treasuries, businesses are seeking better tools to track and report their holdings. Block's new dashboard directly addresses these needs, offering real-time visibility, simplicity, and adaptability. The dashboard aims to help companies monitor the dollar value of their Bitcoin holdings through a user-friendly interface designed for both finance teams and executives. It integrates real-time pricing data via the open source BTC USD quote API, with future plans for quarter-end historical lockup features to support financial reporting. Block has invited feedback and feature requests from open source communities via GitHub issues. Oh, so they don't have a treasury? They're just talking about, I don't know. Block further highlighted the companies are increasingly turning to Bitcoin for a variety of strategic reasons: diversification, adding Bitcoin alongside traditional treasury assets, ecosystem support, demonstrating alignment with Bitcoin innovation, particularly for crypto-forward businesses, inflation hedge, serving as a store of value in the face of fiat currency devaluation, portfolio optimization, aiming to enhance risk-adjusted returns. The first working prototype of dashboard was created by non-engineers using Block's internal open source AI agent called codename Goose. The AI agent enabled non-technical teams to prototype tools rapidly, with engineers from Block's Bitcoin platform team joining later to finalize development. Codename Goose also contributed to front-end development via automated coding assistant. Block has long been a corporate leader in Bitcoin investment. Its Bitcoin investment memo from October 2020 and its Bitcoin blueprint for corporate balance sheet has laid the foundation for businesses entering the crypto space. Block said it continues to purchase Bitcoin through a monthly dollar cost averaging program and updates its dashboard quarterly after earnings reports. Its live Bitcoin treasury dashboard can be viewed here. With this release, Block emphasized that it aims to empower other companies to manage Bitcoin on their balance sheet more confidently and transparently, further accelerating mainstream adoption of the world's leading digital asset. I didn't know Block, I can't view it because I have my ad blocker on, I think. Hit a milestone, I now have 2,000 shares. Here on out, I made my bet, now let's wait and see how it plays out. Nice, let's go. That's lit. It's a good amount of shares. It's quite a bit, actually. That's dope, though. What's up, Moose? Yeah, it's a good amount of shares. That's tight. All right. This is I don't know if this is a it says takes, so this is probably just an opinion article. I don't know how interesting it'll be, but let's read it. The US tariff war with China is good for Bitcoin mining. And it's a really short article. Or did I? Oh no, I've just seen that guy before. Tune in later for another stock prediction. What's up, Pickle? Mr. Pickle. Today, China announced that it will increase tariffs on the goods it shipped to the United States from 34% to 84% in response to Trump stating that he will raise tariffs on the goods the U.S. ships to China to 104%. Wait, I don't know if those numbers are accurate, but whatever. The increased China tariffs on the U.S. will make it more costly for U.S.-based public Bitcoin mining companies to purchase ASICs, the premier machine used to mine Bitcoin, the majority of which are produced in China. And this will be largely beneficial for the health of the Bitcoin mining ecosystem. As Troy Cross eloquently explained, the future of Bitcoin mining is distributed. If one country controls too much of the Bitcoin hash rate, Bitcoin censorship resistance, one of its core value propositions, is put it at risk. What? In the article, Cross highlighted that if the majority of the Bitcoin's network hash rate is not only produced in the US, but produced by American public mining companies, the US government has more leverage to mandate that these companies only mine OFAC compliant blocks. I don't know what that means. Now, there's a whole nother rabbit hole you can go down. Anyway, in the article, Cross highlighted that if the majority of Bitcoin's network's hash rate, wait, I already read that. For those who believe that these companies would push back or simply not follow such orders, please note that Marathon Digital Holdings, the largest publicly traded Bitcoin mining company in the US, has already proven that it's willing to comply with OFAC regulations. The Bitcoin network has a higher likelihood of maintaining its censorship resistance when the hash rate is distributed globally. As Cross mentioned in a recent interview, Bitcoin differs from other emerging technologies in that it does not benefit from one country controlling most of the industry around it. He acknowledges that this isn't necessarily intuitive and that the notion may be confusing to the likes of those who are behind Trump when he declares that he wants all Bitcoin made in the USA. With the Bitcoin network, it's the best for countries to control a sizable portion of the network, but not more than 50% of it. And as Cross mentioned in the interview above, he believes the US may already control more than 50% of the hash rate. However, this trend may now begin to reverse in the wake of China's tariffs increasing in the US, because it will now be cheaper for the competitors of public US-based Bitcoin miners to obtain ASICs than it will be for these companies. So while the escalating tariff war may be incredibly anxiety-inducing on a number of levels, consider taking some solace in the fact that it may be good for Bitcoin. It's a good point. Good point. A little confusing written, but I think I got what he's trying to say. All right, let's read something that's not Bitcoin for a minute. 4chan goes dark as hacker breaches site and leaks user information. Infamous image board site 4chan was taken offline following reports that the site had been hacked with the infiltrator leaking user info. 4chan could be coming to an end. While the site spawned countless memes over the years, it's also had its fair share of controversies related to acts of violence and stance on censorship. On April 15th, 4chan was taken down following a massive hack in which the hacker reportedly gained shell access to the website's hosting server. To make matters worse, users who had their emails registered on the site appear to have been doxxed. 4chan users leaked following massive hack. As reported by Engadget, the hacker revealed emails of the site's moderation team and many of the site's registered users, some of which had edu and gov addresses. Furthermore, Daily Dot says a sample of the leaked data included a list of 218 moderators, along with hundreds of pages of back-end code with the names of users who purchased yearly subscriptions to the site. The hack revealed that moderators had a special internal tool that let mods view the location, IP address, and other info of anonymous users. Screenshots of the admin page even showed that 4chan had nearly 11 million banned users. According to a former senior threat intelligence analyst at Microsoft, Kevin Beaumont, the hack could take 4chan down for quite a while. I suspect 4chan will be down for a while. Looks like a pretty comprehensive own, including SQL databases, source and shell access. It's not clear exactly how long the image board will be offline for. This hack may not be as impactful as the major Rockstar breach of 2022, in which GTA 6 videos were leaked, but for users who frequent 4chan on a regular basis, this will certainly come as a major blow. Frickin' 4chan. I've literally never been on that website. I hear about it a lot, though. GTA 6 leaker reveals when trailer 2 and release date might come. Some Grand Theft Auto 6 tinfoil. Exciting. Exciting. I mean, I do want to see. I don't think I want to read that article, but it seems weird. It's like the first Reddit to come to the web. Ah, I see. Yeah, I've never been there. GTA 6 leaker reveals when trailer 2 and release date might finally come. Alright, this is the weirdest stream ever, bro. Like, I appreciate everyone who's here, but this is an odd stream for me. It's crazy that there's still like 15 people here, and it's nobody like who's normally here. It seems, well, of course there's people who are always here, but I don't know. If you've been here for a while, you should understand what I mean. Usually there's people in the chat. It's just a weird stream today. All right. A new Grand Theft Auto 6 leak has claimed to narrow down the release window for the new game, as well as the next trailer, but it's slightly cryptic. At the end of 23, Rockstar Games finally gave the gaming world what it's been waiting for, a first look at GTA 6. The 90-second long trailer gave fans a look at Jason, Lucia, and a modern-day Vice City, as well as some parts of the greater state of Leonida. The end of the trailer also confirmed the game would be released in 2025. No mention of a set month or holiday period, just 2025. After dropping that trailer, Rockstar has gone back underground, staying quiet about all things Grand Theft Auto 6. They've left the talking to Take-Two, their publishers, who are confident the game will be released before the end of the year. The silence, though, has only increased the furor around when it may release. GTA 6 release date window named again by Leaked. Those fans who don't fear a delay until 2026 are quietly confident that the holiday period of 25, sometime before December, will hold the key. While X-Account Detective Seeds, who has been correct about the Elder Scroll Oblivion remake and tipped GTA 6 to have a partnership with PlayStation, has named a release window. Remember the middle of November, he posted on April 10th. On top of that, he also stated that the second trailer will come at the end of May. Wait, what? Remember the middle of November, he posted on April 10th. On top of that, he also stated the second trailer will come at the end of May. Okay, so November. New trailer, end of May is what this guy says. While the social media user isn't exactly a renowned GTA leaker, there's plenty of logic to their claims. Take-Two have stated that they're looking at a shorter marketing window for the highly anticipated game than normal, and that the release won't overlap with Mafia: The Old Country. As noted, plenty of fans are looking towards November as being the big month. Rockstar have always used the September-December window for new GTA releases, so it makes sense. We'll just have to wait and see, as fans have already been burnt before on believing different dates. It's the hype date. The hype date for Grand Theft Auto 6. Twitch pauses controversial policy that streamers hate. Twitch has issued an update about a controversial change that is coming to the platform soon that streamers have already hit out at them about. While rival platforms have popped up, Twitch has remained the top dog in the streaming game. The Amazon-owned platform is the biggest name streaming on there, the features that streamers want, and is just the most well-known at this point. Given that rivals have popped up and tried to take Twitch's crown, the Purple platform has had to innovate and overhaul a few things. They now allow streamers to multi-stream across different platforms, have unbanned channels with indefinite bans, started becoming clearer on reasons for suspension. However, not all these changes have been welcomed. Back in late February, Twitch announced that they would be limiting streamers to having 100 hours of highlights and VODs on their channel. This change was announced for storage reasons, was quickly blasted by the likes of Kai Cenat. Some also worried that they wouldn't have enough time to save all their highlights. Well, the Amazon-owned platform has now made a change on that front, giving them more time to get things in order. We're extending the deadline to May 19th, 2025, they said on April 14th. We know this change is tough. We've improved download speeds, exports, and expanded bulk selection from 20 to 100 to make it easier to download and delete your highlights. The previous deadline had been set to April 19th, with some streamers being annoyed that they'd rushed to meet the deadline. Thanks for making it better in the last week. Now that I'm done. Nick, this whole change has been rolled out horribly. You were not clearly not ready for this. Gave us no notice for highlights. Another level up your game added. I deleted over a decade of VOD since you wouldn't even let me create a highlight of a stream without doing so first. And now nearly 2 months later, there's an extension. Okay. They should just not implement that, I feel like, but whatever. Maybe one more club. Okay. I was seeing why the Kill Tony episode wasn't on Netflix, but I guess they haven't filmed it yet. It seems like, from what that says. What's up, Matt Romano? You pinched a nerve in your neck? That's crazy. That sounds terrible. Jeez, I am not reading about this. That's ridiculous. This is just an article about view botting, which, yeah. I don't know. I don't understand it, but a lot of people do it. All right. Metaplanet buys additional 3.8 billion yuan worth of Bitcoin. Japanese technology firm Metaplanet has acquired an additional 319 Bitcoin worth approximately 26.3 million, continuing its aggressive Bitcoin accumulation strategy amid growing US-China trade tensions. The Tokyo-listed company purchased the Bitcoin at an average price of 83,000. According to a company announcement, the latest acquisition brings Metaplanet's total Bitcoin holdings to 4,525, with an aggregate cost basis of 408 million at an average purchase price of 90,000. Damn. They're purchasing high. But I guess it doesn't really matter if everyone's expecting over 100K. The purchase comes as Bitcoin experienced a slight decline over the weekend, dropping more than 2% to 83,482 during Asian trading hours. The Bitcoin and crypto market has shown sensitivity to emerging geopolitical tensions, particularly surrounding potential new U.S. trade tariff targeting Chinese electronics. Metaplanet, often referred to as Asia's MicroStrategy, definitely not, has outlined ambitious plans to expand its Bitcoin holdings by 470% to reach 10,000 Bitcoin by the end of 2025 and 21,000 Bitcoin by the end of 2026. The company evaluates its performance through Bitcoin yield, a metric measuring Bitcoin holding growth relative to shares outstanding. For Q1 25, Metaplanet reported a Bitcoin yield of 95.6%, with a year-to-date figure of 6.5% as of April 14th. The company's latest move has elevated its position to become the 9th largest public holder of Bitcoin globally. Metaplanet's Bitcoin strategy has gained additional attention following the recent appointment of Eric Trump to its strategic advisory board. Citing his business expertise and passion for Bitcoin, The timing of the purchase coincides with the complex market dynamics as investors process mixed signals from Washington regarding U.S. trade policy. Metaplanet's Bitcoin acquisition strategy is supported by various capital market activities, including bond issuance and stock acquisition rights, designed to raise funds while minimizing share dilution. The company has currently executed approximately 41.7% of its $210 million plan. Metaplanet's strategic pivot to Bitcoin accumulation closely mirrors the playbook pioneered by Michael Saylor's strategy, albeit on a smaller scale. Since launching its Bitcoin treasury operation, the Japanese firm has demonstrated remarkable success in implementing a similar approach of leveraging financial instruments and market opportunities to acquire Bitcoin. Like strategy, Metaplanet has utilized a combination of convertible debt offerings and equity-linked instruments to fund its acquisitions, while maintaining a healthy balance sheet. The strategy has yielded impressive results, with the company's Bitcoin holdings growing to over 4,500 Bitcoin in just over a year. Yeah, and the stock price has gone up like 3,000% too. Wild. Should get all comes and goes. Moving here. I don't know who's here right now. It's a weird stream today. Very odd stream. I have no clue who's here. This is the most dead I've seen the chat since I don't even remember the last time I've seen the chat this dead, honestly. I know it's happened before, but very rare. What's up, Seagull? Going to the climbing gym in 15 minutes. Nice. That sounds sick. All right, the Smarter Web Company's UK IPO to include retail access and Bitcoin treasury plan. Retail access confirmed for the Smarter Web Company's IPO. The Smarter Web Company is offering retail investors in the UK a rare opportunity to participate in its upcoming IPO, providing access to a digital services firm that is also integrating a Bitcoin treasury strategy as part of its long-term financial plan. Set to list on the Aqueous Stock Exchange growth market on April 25th, 2025, the company is raising up to €2 million through a combination of institutional and retail subscriptions. The retail offer is available via the Winterflood Retail Access platform and will remain open until 5 p.m. on April 17th, 2025. Applications can be made using funds held with ISAs and SIPPs with a minimum subscription of €500. What is this? Retail allocations at the IPO stage remain uncommon in UK markets, making this a noteworthy opportunity for individual investors to take part in the early phase of a public company that blends traditional growth strategy and forward-thinking capital management with a Bitcoin treasury strategy in place. Importantly, this IPO is being carried out through Uranium Energy Exploitation PLC, an existing unlisted PLC that, upon admission, will acquire the Smarter Web Company Limited and be renamed the Smarter Web Company PLC. The listing serves as the former vehicle for that transition, turning the shell into a fully operating digital service company with a Bitcoin treasury strategy. A digital services business with strategic reserve alignment. Founded in 2009, the Smarter Web Company delivers web design and digital marketing services to businesses of all sizes. With a scalable product offering and a proven revenue model, it's well positioned to grow through both organic expansion and targeted acquisitions. Now, as it prepares to go public, the company is implementing a Bitcoin treasury strategy that includes allocating a portion of reserves to Bitcoin. That isn't a pivot or transformation, it's a forward-thinking enhancement to the balance sheet. Rather than waiting for macro certainty or institutional pressure, the Smarter Web Company is proactively aligning its treasury with a sound money principle from day one on the public markets. Built for scale, designed for discipline. Smarter Web Company isn't adopting Bitcoin to make headlines, it's integrating it as a neutral extension of how it operates. The company generates recurring revenue, runs with a lean structure, and has a clear acquisition strategy to accelerate growth. Doesn't need to raise billions or overhaul its business model to justify holding Bitcoin. Instead, It's incorporating a Bitcoin treasury strategy as part of a disciplined long-term capital plan. This is where the Bitcoin aligns with business fundamentals. It's designed to store value over long horizons, immune to monetary debasement, and increasingly liquid across global markets. For companies like the Smarter Web Company, that means protecting retained earnings without the drag of idle cash or the exposure of speculative assets. But it's not just about capital protection, it's also about capital attraction. Holding Bitcoin on the balance sheet signals conviction, discipline, and future-facing leadership. It makes the company more attractive to a new class of Mission-aligned investors, many of whom supported its pre-IPO round and continue to back Bitcoin native businesses. Diego versus Volk was good. I didn't watch any of the fights. I was sad Sean Woodson lost. That's very upsetting. He was on a tear. Diego won, but definitely a great one. I mean, that's definitely yeah, that's definitely an opinion because go look at the stat sheet. Diego did not win that fight. Not even close. He threw like a third of the strikes as Volk with no takedowns. Volume doesn't mean shit. It means everything in the eyes of the judges. You're looking at it from your perspective, not the judge's perspective. Volume means everything. That's why Marab wins every fight. Volume is literally everything when you're going to decision. He won the fight. I mean, I disagree, but I also didn't watch the fight. When you're throwing a third of the volume, you didn't win. You gotta understand, it's though it's a fight, at the end of the day, it's still a sport. So, the stat card means everything. And there's like no news on the gaming front. Patty's an animal. I can't believe he. I mean, I had an idea he'd win the fight, but I'm surprised he won it by knockout. I think he beats Ilya. Oof, yeah, I don't know about all that. I think Ilya's. If Patty beats Ilya, then Patty is very underestimated. He's only improving too. What's up, Kev? I don't know, man. Ilya's probably one of the top 3 fighters right now. That's hard to say. I can't say that Patty could win that fight. Ilya's so good. So good. And they're feeding Patty fucking like shitty fights. Like his last three fights. Tony Ferguson, trash. I mean, Tony Ferguson was a legend and was actually like really good, but Tony Ferguson now, trash. King Green, pretty trash. Like for stylistically, King Green versus Patty, trash. Michael Chandler, I mean, Michael Chandler's the GOAT, but trash. So Patty hasn't fought like a real fighter, in my opinion. He hasn't fought someone who's like actually in their prime and ready to go. He's fought a bunch of fucking grandpas who shouldn't be fighting anymore, most likely. I mean, you can agree with me or not, but that's reality from where I'm looking. So when he fights an actual fighter with an who's actually in their prime and beats them, I will agree that Patty is like insane, but until that day, I disagree. I think he's getting fed easy fights, personally. And not easy. Obviously, any fight is difficult. Like I'm not dumb, but like you hopefully you understand what I mean. What's up, Kristen? Maybe we'll read that. It's been a masterclass in every fight. That's the only thing. I haven't watched any of them. I mean, he triangle choked King Green first round, and Tony Ferguson. I mean, did that fight go to decision? If that fight went to decision, that's sad. Yeah, it went to decision, so that's kind of I don't know. I just Patty's good, but he hasn't fought a real fight yet. Michael Chandler is his first real fight, in my opinion, and Michael Chandler literally stood there like a fucking potato, according to the stat sheet. he threw he landed 20 strikes. Oh shit. So, yeah, that's pretty trash. But yeah, I didn't watch the fight, so I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see when he fights someone actually legit. Tony has the greatest chin on this planet. No. Have you seen that kick? Like the picture of Michael Chandler kicking Tony in the face, bro, and his face is like smushed in. That is such a gnarly picture. Ah, rip Sean Woodson though. Rip Sean Woodson. I'm surprised Jan Jounen lost too. I thought she was gonna win. Of course, Chase Hooper won. I'm surprised Chase Hooper didn't choke this dude out, but looks like he controlled the fight most of the time. Chase Hooper's nasty. Next fight. Ooh, let's see if they got the odds for Carlos Pratas yet. Whoops. Whoops. Bruh. Oh, it's right there. A plus 102? That's so ass. I really wanted to bet on that fight, but whatever. I ain't betting for a plus 102. That's trash. Quite trash. They got my Sean O'Malley bet? Nope. That's lame. I was really hoping we could bet on Carlos Pratas. Rip. Well, no fights to look forward to, I guess, besides Sean O'Malley. And even that's not a fight to look forward to. That's betting on Sean O'Malley and, I mean, basically just throwing money into a trash can. Because there's no way Sean O'Malley's winning that fight. But I'm going to bet on him anyway. Trump showed up. Trump loves UFC. Always get held back. Probably make 90% of career earnings in the last 10%. I don't know. I don't know about that for the UFC. It probably just all depends who you're fighting, realistically. Hopper versus old man. Bro's 42 out there. Hopper 25. I don't know if I'll watch any of the fights, but it's always just nice to see fighters I like win. Even though, you know, Chase Hooper's just getting fed easy fights, but he's an up and comer. He has potential. Bet on Reyes. Who's Reyes? I don't know who that is. Yeah, I don't know who Reyes is. Oh, this guy? You bet on that? Like, what did you win? Like $10 for a $100 bet? What were the odds on that? There was no easy fight. I mean, Chase Hooper was a negative 800 underdog. So, I guess when I say easy fight, you know, I'm when I look at the freaking sports book, that tells me everything I need to know. I don't, you know, I don't look at these people like people. I look at the sports book, see what the odds are, and then I go and research if it looks compelling, but yeah. To me, they're just numbers. They're not really people. Straightener with the dude in the gym. Some dude from Manchester talking shit, so they went to the gym to sort it out. No tapping allowed. Patty got his neck and drag. I did see that actually. I did see that. Big on UFC, but I hear Patty can roll. Yeah, he's been a black belt since he was like 16 or something like that. 16 or 18, something like that. I don't really watch UFC. I just keep up with it because sometimes there's good bets. It's very rare, but sometimes there's good ones. I mean, there's opportunity to win money all the time. You can bet on underdogs and it's not really whatever, but the way I like to bet, it's there's rarely ever anything to bet on. He looked like a sweet little boy, probably killing grown men on the mat. Oh, definitely. Choking out grown men, putting them to sleep. All right. I guess let's continue with these articles. But yeah, UFC's everything went according to plan besides Sean Woodson, but I'm actually glad Sean Woodson lost. Maybe next fight I'll actually be able to bet on him. It's never cool to see your favorite fighters lose, but sometimes it's good for the sport line. And that's really the only reason I watch UFC, I feel like. Bitcoin miners are doubling down. With all the current bearish sentiment and macroeconomic uncertainty swirling around Bitcoin and broader global economy, it might come as a surprise to see miners as bullish as ever. In this article, we'll unpack the data that suggests Bitcoin miners are not just staying the course, they're accelerating, doubling down at a time when many are pulling back. What exactly do they know that the broader market might be missing? Bitcoin hash rate going parabolic. Despite Bitcoin's recent price underperformance, the Bitcoin hash rate has been going absolutely vertical, breaking all-time highs with seemingly no regard for macro headwinds or sluggish price action. Typically, hash rate is tightly correlated with Bitcoin price. When price drops sharply or remains stagnant, hash rate tends to plateau or decline due to economic pressure on miners. Yet now, in the face of heightened global tariffs, economic slowdown, and a consolidating BTC price, hash rate is accelerating. Historically, this level of divergence between hash rate and price has been rare and often significant. Bitcoin miner difficulty. A close cousin of the hash rate just saw one of its largest single adjustments upward in history. This metric, with which auto adjusts to keep Bitcoin's block timing consistent, only increases when more computational power floods the network. A difficulty spike of this magnitude, especially when paired with poor price performance, is nearly unprecedented. Again, this suggests that miners are investing heavily in infrastructure and resources, even when BTC price does not appear to support the decision in the short term. And in further intrigue, the hash ribbons indicator, a blend of short and long-term hash rate moving averages, recently flashed a classic Bitcoin buy signal. When the 30-day moving average crosses back above the 60-day, it signals the end of miner capitulation and the beginning of renewed miner strength. Visually, the background of the charts shift from red to white when this crossover occurs. This is often marked powerful inflection points for Bitcoin price. What's striking this time around is how aggressively the 30-day moving average is surging away from the 60-day. This is not just a modest recovery, it's a statement from miners that they are betting heavily on the future. The tariff factor. So what's fueling the miner frenzy? One plausible explanation is that miners, especially US-based ones, are trying to front-run the impact of looming tariffs. Bitmain, the dominant producer of mining equipment, is now in the crosshairs of trade policies that could see equipment prices surge by 30 to 50%, potentially even over 100%. Given that over 40% of Bitcoin's hash rate is controlled by US-based pools like Foundry USA, Mara Pool, and Luxor, any cost increase would drastically reduce profit margins. Miners may be aggressively scaling now while hardware is still relatively cheap and available. Bitcoin miners keep mining. Hash price, the BTC dominated revenue per terahash of computational power, is at historical lows. In other words, it's never been less profitable in BTC terms to operate a Bitcoin miner on a per terahash basis. Typically, we see hash price increase toward the tail end of bear markets as competition fades and weaker players exit the space. But that's not happening here. Despite terrible profitability, miners are not only staying online, they're deploying more hash power. This can imply one of two things. Either miners are racing against deteriorating margins to front load BTC accumulation, or more optimistically, they have strong conviction in Bitcoin's future profitability and are buying the dips aggressively. Bitcoin miner conclusion. So what's really happening? Either miners are desperately front-running hardware costs, or more likely, they're signaling one of the strongest collective votes of confidence in the future of Bitcoin we've seen in recent memory. We'll continue tracking these metrics in future updates to see whether this miner conviction is proven right. That's kind of interesting. Especially, this part, that it's never been more profitable, and it's only going to get less and less profitable to be a miner. As time goes on. But it's still pretty interesting. Pakistan to use surplus electricity for Bitcoin mining and AI data centers. Pakistan will channel part of its surplus electricity into powering Bitcoin mining and artificial intelligence data centers, a significant shift in energy and tech policy aimed at turning excess capacity into economic opportunity. The announcement was made Wednesday by Bilal bin Saqib, head of Pakistan's Crypto Council and the advisor to the finance minister, who also noted that talks have been held with several mining firms. Pakistan energy sector has long struggled with structural challenges, including high electricity tariffs and chronic overcapacity. Utilizing the surplus for digital infrastructure is seen as a way to both modernize the economy and improve returns on energy investments. The announcement comes just 2 days after the government appointed Changpeng Zhao, founder of Binance, as Pakistan's new strategic advisor on crypto. The initiative is being led by Saqib, who is in March 25. Interview with Bloomberg invited global firms to explore the country's potential for Bitcoin mining. We welcome companies to visit Pakistan to evaluate Bitcoin mining, Saqib said. When asked why now is the right time to embrace Bitcoin, he replied, well, why not? Because if not now, then never. Sequib also praised recent developments in U.S. crypto policy under President Trump, whom he described as the biggest bullish catalyst for crypto in history, he added. I think Trump is essentially flipping the script. Trump signed the executive order instructing regulatory bodies to accommodate digital assets, forming the White House Crypto Advisory Team, creating the U.S. Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. We have to understand what that means, Sequib continued. That means that the largest economy in the world is creating the valuable national asset, similar to how it stockpiles gold or oil for economic security and strength. I think the US sets the tone for the world. Trump is making crypto a national priority, and every country, including Pakistan, will have to follow suit or will be at the risk of being left behind. There's a bunch of videos, but I'm sure they're all in yeah, I'm sure we won't be able to understand them. India's leading Bitcoin and crypto exchange, Unocoin, integrates Lightning. Unocoin, one of India's longest-standing Bitcoin and crypto exchanges, has announced successful integration of the Lightning Network, a second-layer protocol designed to enable fast and low-cost Bitcoin transactions. The integration is powered by Voltage, a US-based infrastructure provider known for its enterprise-grade Lightning solutions. This development marks a significant step forward for Bitcoin utility in India, especially in the context of rising demand for scalability or for scalable and cost-effective transactions. By adopting the Lightning Network, Unocoin aims to offer its users instant Bitcoin settlements and in the near future, Tether transfers via the same network. We continuously seek ways to improve transaction efficiency and cost effectiveness for our users. With the Lightning Network, powered by Voltage, Unocoin is enabling the fastest, lowest cost Bitcoin and Tether transfers. Unocoin's move comes at a time when the Indian crypto landscape continues to face regulatory headwinds. While several exchanges have scaled down or exited the market, Unocoin has remained resilient, maintaining operations and user trust. The exchange's adoption of Lightning technology reinforces its position as a leader in innovation within the country's Bitcoin and crypto sector. The Lightning Network represents a revolutionary leap in Bitcoin scalability, enabling fast, secure, and cost-effective transactions. By partnering with Unocoin, we aim to bring these benefits to millions of users in India, fostering greater adoption and utility of Bitcoin in daily transactions. Oh Lord, that's a long article. We'll save that one. This is like an opinion article that is insanely long. Good Lord. Good Lord. Alright, Intel is selling off a majority stake in chipmaker Altura for $4.46 billion. I feel like we've already read about this before, but whatever. Intel is selling off its majority share in chipmaker Altura as part of its new CEO's first step towards stabilizing the company. The 51% stake sold today for $4.46 billion in a deal that it's expected to close in the second half of this year. Today's announcement reflects our commitment to shaping our focus, lowering our expense structure, and strengthening our balance sheet. Altura makes field programmable gate array chips, not Gatorade chips, which are often used to power retro gaming hardware such as analog consoles. The company's other products have applications ranging from military to telecom sectors. Intel acquired Altura in 2015 for a hefty $16.7 billion, which means its current valuation has taken quite a dive since that purchase. However, the sale should still provide some cash flow to Intel at a critical juncture. Tan was appointed Intel's CEO in March, following the departure of Pat Gelsinger as the company's top exec. He's expected to help change course for the company following a long string of poor decisions. From the start of his appointment, it seemed unlikely that Intel would see some streamlining of its business. Oh, it seemed likely, not... Okay. Okay. Looks like GameStop's testing the low. What is it? Is that the low of the day? Yeah, you're right there at the low of the day, I guess. Pretty sick. All right. The real reason politicians blame video games for society's most difficult problems. I don't know if we'll read this whole thing, but we'll see. Yesterday, House Speaker Mike Johnson attempted to justify planned backdoor cuts to Medicaid by claiming that it would return the dignity of work to young men who need to be out working instead of playing video games all day. We could get into the details of why this statement on its face is absolutely meaningless, primarily because most people on such benefits are in work, swiftly demonstrating the entire argument is distinguished bullshit about robbing from the poor to overfeed the rich. But Tyler Wildy at PC Gamer has already done an excellent job of this. Instead, I want to focus more on the phenomenon of blaming video games themselves and what this always reveals. Do I want to read this? I don't know. Fuck it. I'll read it. It's hardly an original piece of rhetoric. Politicians have been blaming video games for everything from murderous rampages to obesity since their inception. And even then, games are only taking over the role from video nasties, D&D, and death metal in the 80s, the war on drugs in the 70s, comic books in the 50s, the Catholics in the 1850s, witches in the Middle Ages, etc. In the 18th century, reading was described as mania and a fever, as young people waste their lives away in pages of books, with spurious claims of copycat violence becoming increasingly common. Goethe's The Sorrows of Young Werther was blamed for a string of suicides with little to no evidence, the moral panic itself far more likely the cause. In 1370 BCE, Plato, writing Socrates' words in Phaedrus, took the helm of another moral panic. He wrote, "This invention will produce forgetfulness in the minds of those who learn to use it, because they will not practice their memory." Socrates was talking about the act of writing. The concern that the new thing the kids are into is causing society's ill is as old as society itself, and has long served as a very specific purpose, to distract from the far more obvious causes. There are many examples of how video games are used as scapegoats for far more serious fundamental causes of issues, but generally, the same purpose applies. It's misdirection. The politician's one hand is frantically waving around over here, gesticulating about the harm these games are doing to our youth, while the other hand is quietly passing an unseen wad of cash to a rich chum. When Mike Johnson drops in his line about young men requiring Medicaid support because they're playing video games all day, this is a very deliberate act of misdirection. In his speech, he even suggests that this act by these dastardly fellows is taking money away from the deserving recipients of access to health care, single mothers, the elderly, and disabled. See, video games are not only hurting these foolish men, but also indirectly causing suffering towards other groups you care about. Do not be in any doubt for a single moment that Johnson would instantly turn on a single mother, the elderly, the disabled, or anyone else if it were politically expedient for him. But in this example, he's carefully chosen his specific misdirection. Let's not lose sight of the fact that just 1 month ago, Mike Johnson trotted out the exact same line about able-bodied men mooching off the state with their games, except that time was part of his promise to not cut Medicaid, and that this is the same Mike Johnson who in January this year tried to stop a bill that would allow new mothers to remotely vote in the 6 weeks after they've given birth. In the same month, a leak revealed Johnson's proposal that would remove tax cuts from single parents. The point is, he doesn't give a shit about single mothers and the awful effects video games are indirectly causing in them. What he and the Trump administration at large actually care about is ensuring their rich friends get richer, and if that involves nickel and diming the poorest, then perfect. We're all arguing over whether video games cause lethargy or whatever, while Medicaid intended to be rated for $880 billion at the same time, as corporations and billionaires receive tax cuts totaling $6.8 trillion. To actually meaningfully address the issue of those in long-term joblessness would not take not only a lot of hard work, but also require money to be taken from the richest to afford the changes. The fact that most of these apparently languorous men who play games all day are in fact in part or full-time jobs, but are paid so badly that they cannot afford even the most basic health care, would seem like a systematic societal issue that should demand addressing. Something is fundamentally wrong when those who work the hardest are paid the least, and then it's those people, including single mothers, disabled, and every other category of the working poor, who are not only demonized but targeted to have even more money taken from them. That's atrocity, but don't notice. Look at the wavy hand pointing at video games. Or take the incessant blaming of video games and all other media that came before it for real world violence. Since Doom was co blamed for the Colombian high school massacre, the scapegoating of gaming for violence and gun crimes in the United States has become commonplace. This is despite there never having been any meaningful evidence to suggest any causal link whatsoever. The theory repeatedly debunked year after year for decades. Trump was at it in 2019. France's President Emmanuel Macron tried it in 2023. Macron also threw in Snapchat and TikTok to be very contemporary, and the reason is the same. I'm not going to go over the real causes of gun violence in the United States yet again, because we already know it's about poverty, desperation, the lack of access to social services, and so on. We already know that 46,728 people didn't die from gun-related injuries in the US in 2023 because of Call of Duty. Given that Call of Duty is also played in gun-toting Canada, where guns cause 2.1 deaths per 100,000 people, compared to the US's 10.6, there's also never been any proof that video games are the reason United States has 120 guns per 100 people. Double that, the second place Falkland Islands and its population of 3,000 people, and well over double the 52.8 guns per 100 people in third place Yemen. Dealing with gun violence is widely complicated, from the NRA's holdover politicians, the widespread misinformation about what's written in the Third Amendment, and the complete restructuring of society required to provide the social support where it's needed to address the poverty and addiction that leads to so many of the problems. The epidemic of school shootings, happening with a frequency and gruesome normality that's utterly unlike any other developed nation, demands politicians deal with the reality of the lives of Americans' young people in a way that is close to impossible without being decried as boo-hiss socialism. So blame it on video games. It's Grand Theft Auto's fault. That's that game that reflects America back to itself. Just don't look at the quiet hand that's accepting the dossiers of information on gun owners handed over by the weapon manufacturer. Video games aren't unproblematic. Video games are as political as any other form of media, and they can absolutely be used to attempt to spread harmful ideas or normalize bigotry. Just like cinema, theater, books, songs, etc., we should absolutely always be thinking critically about the games we consume and providing counterparts when we disagree with messages. But despite this, and despite the vital importance of it, whenever the words video games are coming out of a politician's mouth as a culprit for society's ills, immediately redirect your eyes to see what their other hand is doing, because there's always something there that they don't want you to see, think of, or ask questions about. Exciting. Alright, I don't know what this is. How Semlar Scientific escaped the zombie zone with a Bitcoin treasury strategy. SMLR. Everyone's doing the Bitcoin, 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 Bitcoin. Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. You got a Bitcoin, you get a Bitcoin, and you get a Bitcoin, and you get a Bitcoin, and you get a Bitcoin. Medical devices. You get a Bitcoin, and you get a Bitcoin, and you get a Bitcoin. What's up, Muma? This company is kind of interesting. They're like really betting on the Bitcoin though. They're profitable. It's a small company. but like 99% of their assets are Bitcoin. Kind of interesting. And I don't know when they weren't doing the Bitcoin strategy last year, so I don't know when they implemented this, but this could possibly be, you know, another like Bitcoin type buy. It's a lot smaller. They must have implemented it somewhere over here at the end of the year or the end of last year. Got a lot of support on there, like 22 to 27 though. Short-term trend looks bullish as fuck. This thing's kind of interesting. Got insiders on there. Any GME news? No. No news. Damn. A lot of insider. Pretty big insiders. Semlar Eric. Hmm. Hmm. Damn, Morgan Stanley bought 610,000 shares of this. It was an increase of 3,800% of their position. That's crazy. There's a lot of whales on this. I mean, some sales too, of course. That's interesting, though. Damn, they only have 10 million shares outstanding, too. This thing is so interesting compared to most of the companies doing Bitcoin treasury strategies. Like, at least this is profitable. Super small company, though, but, like, I don't know. I guess we'll read the article. And where'd the article go? It disappeared. Oh, there it is. A lot of these buys are in the 40s. What was, whoops. What was Bitcoin at? So Bitcoin was at basically 100,000. That's crazy. So if this company works out, if this SMLR works out, uh, if Bitcoin goes back to 100,000 and this follows Bitcoin, this will go back to $60. So you're almost gonna get a double on this, whereas on Bitcoin you're gonna get like 20%. Kind of interesting. A little more volatile bet on Bitcoin. All right, I want to read about this though before. Damn, Hugh G, what's up, Hugh G? Is there a BOFA lawsuit? I have no clue. BOFA? BOFA? A hell of a day door knocking, trying to get some pressure washing customers. Oh, nice. You're doing pressure washing now? Let's go. You got to be doing other things too. You got to be doing like carpet cleaning and window washing. You got to be doing it all because if they don't want pressure washing, maybe they want some carpet cleaning or maybe they'll want their car detailed, You never know. It's always good to have multiple services. Carpet cleaning, I didn't think of that. Yeah, carpet cleaning's good. Because it all like kind of is together, You could do carpet cleaning, car detail, and pressure washing are kind of all in the same realm. And window cleaning. Like it all for the most part, the same chemicals. I mean, not really the same supplies, but you get what I mean. Like it's nice to have all those services that you can provide cuz, you know, if they don't want one thing, if they don't have anything to do in their house or outside of their house, maybe, maybe they'll want their car detailed, or maybe they'll know someone who needs their car detailed. Yeah. And like I said, it's kind of all the same thing, and you're cleaning, so it's all kind of the same idea. I would say car detailing's probably gonna be one of the easiest, because I don't know, people usually don't keep their cars clean, but they like to have a clean car. And it's easy to promote. You can start a car detailing Instagram or something and show off your jobs before and afters. It's easy to promote. Bank of America. Yeah, I have no clue. Why do you ask? Why are you asking if Bank of America is in a lawsuit? I don't, because I don't know. I'm sure they are, but I don't. I'm just wondering why you're asking. I bank with them. Oh, well, it doesn't affect you, even if they are. Had to finish my taxes before I could chill. Damn, you on the last minute, bro. Doing your taxes at the buzzer. A buzzer beater. Doing the Kobe Bryant on your taxes. I'm just kidding. I did mine over the weekend. 20 to $40. Jesus. That's insane. taxes like cash. After picks and stuff from detailed cars. I did that stuff last summer in Chicago, clean a lot of gangsters' cars inside out. Yes, that's cool. Let's go. It only takes a minute. My taxes took a minute. I've got a lot of things, though. I've got a lot of things. What's up, Petrol Head? Haven't seen that name in here before. Alright, let's read about this. I honestly might buy some of this. I don't know. Like, the company looks good, but I want to read about it first, and this is a long-ass article. Alright, so how Semler Scientific escaped the zombie zone with a Bitcoin treasury strategy. Oh, it's a video. I could watch the video?
Alright, everybody.
Damn. Do we just watch the video? Or do I read? I'll watch. What do you guys want to do? You want me to read this or watch the video? Let's see. I want to see how much the article resembles the video first.
Welcome. We are here with Eric Semler, head of Semler Scientific, one of the major companies in the United States holding Bitcoin on the balance sheet, sort of following in MicroStrategy's or Strategy's footsteps. Eric, thank you so much for joining us here.
Great to be here.
Pleasure to be here with you. So you just spoke in there. You talked a little bit about the fact that you've been on your Bitcoin journey as a public company. Can you tell us a little bit about what the last, I think now 10 months have been like since you've announced that you'd be buying Bitcoin, then accumulating it, and sort of, again, following that same playbook of accumulating it month after month, week after week?
Right. Thank you. Well, it's great to be here.
I want to be perfectly clear. I am not bullish on crypto. I'm bullish on the strategy. I'm bullish on turning corporate bonds into Bitcoin. That's what I'm bullish on. I don't know if Bitcoin's bullish or not. Who knows? But I'm interested in the strategy. I don't really care about crypto that much, personally.
My pleasure.
It's been super exciting. It's had its ups and downs. I mean, for the most part, it's been just a terrific, vitalizing experience for me and our shareholders and our board and our employees. Everybody's like fully on board. It's just been great to kind of to get this great kind of electricity into our stock, into our company. It's translated into value creation since we started. I think our stock at one point had quadrupled. Now it's like basically doubled, but it was doing nothing for.
The strat sucks up supply, so I'm bullish on both. That's fair. That is fair. Very fair. When Muma said this year made me so bullish on crypto, like that just makes me like I wonder like if that's a lot of people's thoughts. I really doubt it, but I don't know. I just like the idea of being able to bet on Bitcoin, but having like the safety of a legitimate company underneath it, and also I mean, I showed you on the chart of this company, the SMLR, like if SMLR is following Bitcoin, truly, when Bitcoin goes back up to 100K, SMLR is going to be at $60. So you're going to get, a double on SMLR, whereas if you bet on Bitcoin, you would only get 20%. But then you also have the downside of like protection from the business. At least that's how I feel, with this one's a lot more risky, obviously. But with GameStop, that's like truly where the conviction lies, I guess, for the Bitcoin part of it, is that downside protection. This one, this one's a lot more risky. It's going to give you a lot more volatility on the Bitcoin bet, but it's interesting. Strat sucks up supply, so I'm bullish. Let's see. It's just a fiat transfer, really. Seems the safest store of wealth, like gold, but more volatile. I mean, yeah. But what if Bitcoin doesn't move? You know, what if 80K is the price? You know, 100K to 50. Like, what if that's the price forever? You know, that's why I say, you know, I'm not necessarily bullish on crypto. I'm bullish on the strategy because it can work. And it's just a good bet for, you know, maybe you know, it's a risky bet for a company like this, but for a company like GameStop, it's a really good bet. I'm happy to see these companies sucking up crypto. Soon ETH ADA, who knows where it'll stop. Yeah, mate. I mean, yeah, it's potential. Potentially. If it's stable, then it's more bullish. It's the best storing of wealth then. Yeah. That's kind of how I mean, you know, not necessarily bullish, but like that's kind of what I like think the bet will be. You know, it's like buying the S&P 500, I think, but I don't know. With limited, I mean, I guess the S&P 500 is limited, but I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Okay, back to the video. I kind of want to just read the article because the video is not really whatever. We'll watch the video. We got so much time and
for years, and it was actually going down for years. So this been a great kind of turn of events, and I'm really optimistic about the future. I think there was a lot to learn in those first 10 months, and I'm just proud that we were kind of a pioneer. You know, I'm from Oregon. I'm in Lewis and Clark country. You know, I come from that pioneer heritage, and I think we were a pioneer. I think Michael Saylor obviously is the quintessential pioneer, but we're in that group. We were the second U.S. public company to adopt Bitcoin as a primary treasury reserve strategy.
Amazing. And oftentimes we talk about, sometimes people say like zombie companies should adopt Bitcoin or something, but you really weren't. You had a cash flow. The company was doing well. Did this just help to just, I guess, bring more light, shed some more light on what you were doing as a company and say like, look, we have cash flow plus we have Bitcoin on the balance sheet? Was it just part of the value proposition for what you were doing?
You know, I'm going to counter you on that one,
Okay.
because I think we really were a zombie company in the sense that a zombie company is a company whose stock has languished.
Okay.
Whose company is generating cash but not getting any credit for it, who's profitable and is just, you know, had kind of these horrid returns over years. And we needed some way to figure out how to get out of that rut. And so in that sense, we were a zombie in the sense that we were kind of the Walking Dead, where our stock wasn't creating any value. So my career as an investor in the stock market, I still run a fund called TCS Capital. It's a family office now, but we had at our peak, we're about $4 billion under management. So I've been very active in the stock market for 30 years. And toward the later stages of my career now, I've become more of an activist.
Okay.
And I became an activist on the Semler board. I wasn't actually involved in the company until 2 years ago. I went on the board because the company was a zombie company. It had all this cash. It looked eerily similar to MicroStrategy in August of 2020. We had a very similar profile, a lot of cash, a lot of our market cap was in cash. We weren't really growing, and we needed to figure out a way to jumpstart our growth, either through an acquisition or through, you know, buying Bitcoin. And we settled on Bitcoin, which was a great decision, but it was really my activism that prompted this. And so, you know, I'm relatively
I said, oh yeah, I was saying I didn't know ads were on. It's been a weird stream today though. Like literally the first hour, or maybe even, yeah, about the first hour and a half, there was nobody talking in chat. It was so odd. But yeah, nobody Nobody said anything about ads. If you've been lurking here since the morning, I will turn off ads if you remind me that they're on. Because I don't have control over the ads. They automatically get turned on, and then I have to come in here and turn them off. So, for anyone who's been here for a while, 6ix9ine, yeah, I haven't seen 6ix9ine. I saw Fake Roaring Kitty in here, who could potentially be 6ix9ine, but I think that's either, I don't know who that is. But yeah, no 6ix9ine.
New to the company, and I think so far so good.
Okay. Everyone has a different Bitcoin journey. Bitcoin, we know about Bitcoin's volatility and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You've been sort of thrust into the spotlight to some extent as well. You know, we were just talking about this off camera, maybe not to the same extent as Michael Saylor, who we know is sort of everywhere all the time talking about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
What has it been like? What has it been like sort of being the second public company in the United States, being someone that people are coming to now, I'm sure asking questions about what is it like to hold this thing on the balance sheet? What are the details? What is it like dealing with that volatility? How do shareholders feel, et cetera? Please dive in wherever you feel comfortable.
Sure. I've always had, like, since we started and over the last years, I have strong conviction in Bitcoin, but I had no idea what I was getting into.
Please expand. Please expand.
You know, the entire social media aspect of it, the kind of being out there and being, you know, rah Bitcoin, and a lot of, you know, there's a lot of fluff in there. And I'm not like that. I'm more of an introvert. I'm not into kind of exposing myself on social media.
Sure.
So that part of it was really jolting for me.
Okay.
I'd say that having all of this entirely new shareholder base of just really excited and people that really want to, you know, put themselves out there and have become really great cheerleaders for us, and also critical of us at times, is a great thing to have.
Okay.
And not something I was prepared for either. You know?
Okay. Yeah.
And so just, you know, speaking at this conference today and meeting people in the lobby and so forth, and, you know, everybody wants to talk to you, and I'm just not used to that.
Okay.
In my career, I started out as a journalist. I'm always kind of on your side. I'm interviewing people. I'm really comfortable with that.
Yeah.
I don't like being interviewed, but I like interviewing people.
You're doing a good job, by the way. So yeah.
And then I, you know, I've been an investor for like 30 years, and that's really also kind of, you know, low key. You're on the other side of the table asking questions, and you never really want to be public with yourself. You kind of try to stay out of the public. So this is a new thing for me. I'm getting used to it. But I think at the end of the day, really what matters is that we own a lot of Bitcoin and that Bitcoin appreciates. And I think through all of the, you know, the pomp and circumstance, I think that what matters most is that we create shareholder value. And that's really what I'm focused on. Okay. And I don't think that necessarily requires like this, you know, incredibly successful social media experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Has it attracted a significant amount of bigger shareholders, institutions that have come to you? And then my thought there is sort of, why are they coming to Semler Scientific versus maybe just figuring out a way to buy some Bitcoin themselves, buy the ETF, something like that? What is it about the value proposition that you're offering that's attracting them?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's kind of not well known, but most investment funds can't buy ETFs.
Right.
They can't buy the spot BTC, so they really don't have a lot of options in terms of investing in Bitcoin. And there aren't that many fund managers that I think are dying to own Bitcoin in their portfolio.
Sure.
But there are some really smart, large institutional shareholders, guys like Mark Casey at Capital Research, who have been really, you know, pioneers themselves in becoming large shareholders of Strategy. They're shareholder of our company.
Right.
And
that's a good point. Like, yeah, the ETF point. No hits on my missing flyers. My gut ain't right. He's probably just busy. Hopefully.
And so I think that it's just important to understand that you can't, you know, for a large number of the huge funds in this country, we're MicroStrategy and a few other companies are really their only way to kind of get exposure to Bitcoin in the stock market.
Got it. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Where did your conviction come from? I'm imagining you didn't just watch 5 or 6 Michael Saylor videos and say, hey, I want to be like this guy. Where did your Bitcoin?
That's where my conviction came from. I watched 5 or 6 Michael Saylor videos, and I was like, whoa, dude, I'm so bullish on Bitcoin, dude. Whoa.
conviction come from?
It's a great question too. You know, I had been following Bitcoin in the early days. I only invest in public companies, but I always kind of followed what was coming in the private pipeline, and so I would meet with Bitcoin companies and try to get a hold of it and understand it. And I never was really that convinced that it was going to be successful. I wasn't negative. I was just very much skeptical.
Okay.
And I think what changed it for me was just a few people that I really respected that were very strong investors and proponents in it. One of them was a venture capitalist named Jim Robinson. Tom Lee, who's a close friend of mine, who's always been a strong proponent of Bitcoin. When really smart people like that, are so convicted and have been successful owning it, I take notice. And that kept me interested in it. But I think the institutionalization really very recently in the last, since, the last year with the ETFs and with, the administration being so supportive of Bitcoin, I think that has really locked me in.
Yeah, absolutely. Final question. If other people who are watching are thinking, hey, I want to start putting Bitcoin on my company's balance sheet, you got in at a pretty decent time, right?
Yeah.
So the market has appreciated, or Bitcoin's price has appreciated a lot. For some other people, they might not get in at such an opportune time. Bear markets tend to continue to exist in Bitcoin. We don't just go up only, despite what some people, say. What advice would you give to someone who's maybe does want to add it to it? Maybe they do end up buying the top. What is the best sort of strategy? How should they be thinking about Bitcoin as they're putting it on their balance sheet? Not, trying not to react to it on a day-to-day, month-to-month, week-to-week basis.
I'd say just be ready for volatility. If you're comfortable with that, know that that's going to be part of this experience, and just try to keep in mind what Bitcoin is, at least as an investment, your investment thesis. If your investment thesis is Bitcoin is gold, it's digital gold, then this is a great time to invest because that disparity in value between gold and Bitcoin has only widened.
Yep.
Gold has appreciated, Bitcoin has sold off to some degree versus gold. So this is a great time to do that, but just be ready for volatility. When we first purchased Bitcoin, we took almost all of our cash and bought Bitcoin in May last year. As soon as we finished buying, their news came out that Mt. Gox was doing a distribution. And I think Bitcoin just plummeted like 25% in a short period of time.
That, yeah.
And it was a real, it was a hit to the stomach, a stomach punch. And, it tested our conviction, and we were able to, come through that and realize, God, we got to own more of this. So, we don't have enough capital to buy more,
Right.
So we got to generate more organic capital, which we did, and we bought more Bitcoin, and we raised capital in both, the stock market and with our shares in an ATM, but also through the convertible market. We did a, $100 million convertible loan, and so just be prepared for that, but recognize this is a great timing to buy it. I think.
Fair enough. Appreciate that. Actually,
Okay,
have
so
the
they
last
did deal a lot.
question,
Sure,
if
go
you
ahead.
don't mind. You mentioned on stage, you just spoke on stage with Dylan LeClaire and some other people in the institutional space. About, eventually maybe doing more than just hodling your Bitcoin, right? A lot of people, again, the digital gold narrative is quite popular, but you can also think about it as collateral, right? And maybe do something with that, finance against it, all that kind of stuff. Long term, I know right now you're just accumulating. Long term, what do you sort of look at with all these Bitcoin holdings you'll have? What do you want to do with them?
Yeah, I think that we're early in accumulating Bitcoin, and we're going to continue to do that. I see us being a large holder of Bitcoin. I think earlier this year we were the 10th largest corporate holder of Bitcoin. I'm hoping that we'll go up higher on that list, and I think that just kind of puts us in a position to do some of the things you're talking about. When you have really the top banks like JP Morgan and lenders of last resort in the game, I think you can feel more comfortable about becoming like a Bitcoin bank yourself.
Sure.
And doing financing transactions to generate income. I believe in that. And I'm not sure when we're not really looking at anything, tomorrow, but, someday down the road, I could see us being a kind of a Bitcoin financial company.
All right. Well, I think that's a great place to leave it. Eric,
All right, thank
thanks so
you.
much.
Interesting. Bro said YOLO. Yeah, XRT's an ETF. Zuiko, I don't have an answer for you, bro. You got to figure that out on your own, my friend. Do more research. how's it shorted so much? I don't think that short interest is real. So that probably answers that question. If it is, I don't have an answer. But I don't think that short interest is real. So in May 2024, we adopted Bitcoin as our primary treasury reserve asset on an ongoing basis, subject to market conditions and our anticipated cash needs. As of December 31st, 2024, we held an aggregate 2,298 Bitcoins, which we acquired for an aggregate purchase price of 189.7 million and an average purchase price of 82,538 per Bitcoin. From January 1st, 2025 through February 14th, 2025, we've purchased an additional 894 Bitcoins at an aggregate purchase price of 90.7 million, average purchase price of 100,000. At the money offering, in June 2024, we entered into a controlled equity offering sales agreement with Swayman, blah, blah, blah. December 31st, 2024, we've issued and sold a total of 2,197 shares for aggregate gross proceeds of approximately 119.6 million. Offering of 4.25% convertible senior notes. In January 2025, we issued 100 million aggregate principal amount of 425 convertible senior notes due 2030, or the notes in a private offering, or the offering to persons reasonably believed to be qualified institutional buyers, which includes 15 million pursuant to exercise. Offering size was increased from the previously announced offering size of 75 million. Accrue interest, yeah, these suck. This could be a good bet on Bitcoin, but fuck that. The note, like, how much are those bonds? 75 million times 4.25%. 3 million a year. That's not bad, actually. So they have to pay out 16 million when they expire on top of the 75. So 91 million basically is what they're going to have to pay out. But I think they're making close to that yearly, assuming the business stays profitable. Yeah, they made 40 million last year. Interesting. It's an interesting bet for sure. As far as crypto goes, at least. Alright, let me see if this article says anything else that they didn't talk about. Yeah, basically just talking about what was in the video. When did it say? May 24, I think it's when it said it did that. So probably, yeah, probably back here on this little spike here. The market cap's like 100 mil over the total assets, which isn't that bad. Hmm. Definitely interesting. I mean, essentially, I guess it's just a little bit different way to bet on Bitcoin. But at the same time, not really. Let's see. Its lowest point, 30.5, basically, on April 7th. April 7th. So when Bitcoin was at 75,000, this was at 30.5. What's that? What do you do? I think you do 75,000 divided by what it is right now, 85. I did that wrong. I need to do 85,000. Oh wait, that's 10,000. So 10,000 divided by 85,000, 11%. That's interesting. And that other stock is at 33.50. That's crazy, bro. So this company has more upside than Bitcoin. Like if it plays out the same, but the same downside. That's so weird. Such an interesting bet. March 11th. It was at 32. Such an interesting stock. And you finished retracing the low volume area here. November 5th, 2024. Hmm. It's a very interesting bet. I think it's a better bet than Bitcoin, personally. I mean, the price action kind of shows it. But I guess if the business starts to go downhill, that's kind of lame. Because then they're not going to be able to pay back those bonds, really, besides selling their Bitcoin for it. Today's all right. Today's amazing. We hit 2730 earlier. That's beautiful. You know, on chart perspective, it's kind of a false breakout, which is negative, but you haven't really sold off that much. He's all right. Oh, you meant like in general? Today's I don't know. It's another day. Another beautiful day. That's all I can say about it. This is such an interesting company. I don't know. I'm so interested. It's kind of more of a Bitcoin bet than GameStop though. Like GameStop, is company and Bitcoin. This you're like truly betting on the Bitcoin, but with some downside protection, somewhat, assuming the business continues to do decent. Is it worth scaling? Might be worth scaling a position. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Wait. What the hell is going on with these charts? Why is it? What the heck? So weird. Oh, I see. I see what's going on. Oops. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I'm so interested in this. Damn. Chewy crushing. I guess let's dive in a little more. I want to see what they make. The Quanto Flow, huh? That's their only product? The Quanto Flow pad? Arterial blood flow using volume. Detect advanced pad. It's typically unable to detect pad at a preclinical disease level. Hmm. Okay. Pretty annoying kitty. Pretty annoying kitty. You have a whole section on the website for Bitcoin. Growing financial burden. See, Pat is not a. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good Bitcoin bet, though. I'm just obviously biased, and I'd rather buy GameStop, but this one is, out of any of the Bitcoin treasury companies, that one is definitely one of the most compelling. It's mostly kind of the price action of it, though. It's weird that the upside is double, but the downside's the same. Very weird. Yeah, I don't know. We'll sit on it for a minute. I could just start scaling into the position and not care. Let's see if there's any news. BitcoinTreasuries.net. Yeah, see, they're the 10th biggest one, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12th biggest company. Block could be an interesting one too. But Block doesn't say the reason why I'm interested in the Semlar Scientific one is because Semlar Scientific, you know, they have 268 million worth of Bitcoin, or 269 million. But it's a small company. Whereas like if Block, Block has 715 million, but it's a multi-billion-dollar company. So you're not really betting on the Bitcoin in that case. But this one, this is like basically just a brand new kind of like a Metaplanet almost. A brand new company just starting it. There's a whoops. I mean, I guess Block is kind of following Bitcoin as well. Where's the chart? I lost my chart. %16. I guess you'll get a double on Block too, if Bitcoin doubles. Yeah, so maybe SMLR isn't like that special. But it is interesting. Or, actually, let's see. 10th of December. That's going to be where your double would be on this one. Yeah. About the same. About the same. Well. I guess it's official. GameStop's the best. But that is interesting. I'll give it that. I will give it that. Well. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Let's see if we can find any news or anything. U.S. businesses sue to block Trump tariffs. I saw that. Going to Texas Roadhouse and Longhorn Steakhouse. Roadhouse. I want to read this article. Let's see what CNBC says about this. Good lord, this is a long article about this. I don't think I want to read this anymore. I'll skim through it. Little sketchy when CNBC is telling you not to hold cash. U.S. businesses sue the bloc Trump tariffs, say trade deficits are not an emergency. A group of small businesses sued Trump on Monday, seeking to block new tariffs he has imposed on foreign imports in recent weeks. The lawsuit in the U.S. Court of International Trade alleges that Trump has illegally usurped Congress' power to levy tariffs by claiming that trade deficits with other countries constitute an emergency. Congress has not delegated any such power, the suit says. The statute the president invokes, the International Emergency Economic Power Act, does not authorize the president to unilaterally issue across the board worldwide tariffs. The Liberty Justice Center, which is representing the owner-operated companies, said that Trump's new tariffs of at least 10% on imports from most countries and higher rates for scores of other nations are devastating small businesses across the country. His claimed emergency is a figment of his own imagination. Trade deficits, which have persisted for decades without causing economic harm, are not an emergency, the suit says. Nor do these trade deficits constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat. Liberty Justice Center noted that Trump administration imposed tariffs even on some countries in which the United States does not have a trade deficit, further undermining the administration's justification. This court should declare the president's unprecedented power to grab illegal and join the operation of executive actions that purport to impose these tariffs under the IEEPA and reaffirm this country's core founding principle: there shall be no taxation without representation. The suit says the plaintiffs include New York-based VOS Selections, which imports and distributes small productions, wines, spirits, and steaks, Fish USA in Pennsylvania, a retail and wholesale e-commerce business making and selling sport fishing tackle and related gear, and Genova Pipe in Utah, which makes plastic pipe, conduit, and fittings for plumbing, irrigation, drainage, and electrical applications. Microkits LLC in Virginia, which makes educational electronic kits and musical instruments, and Terry Precision Cycling, a Vermont-based brand of women's cycling apparel, are also plaintiffs. Terry Cycling has already paid $25,000 of unplanned tariffs this year for goods for which Terry was the importer of record, and Terry's projects that the tariffs will cost the company approximately $250,000 by the end of 2025. Terry Cycling in 2026 expects to face an estimated $1.2 million in tariff costs, an amount that simply is not survivable for a business of its size. Okay. Who the hell is this guy? Who the fuck is this guy? Who the fuck is this guy? Who the fuck is this guy? We already looked at that. That hasn't been updated. Universal's new Epic Universe Park sets to generate $2 billion for Florida in year 1. I didn't know they opened a new park. That's the first time I'm hearing of this. Let's see what this says. Not a lot. Not a lot of news. OpenAI is making a social network. Comcast rolls out 5-year price guarantee with plenty of fine print. Maybe we'll read that. I don't know. Definitely skim through it. Bro, that's creepy. That looks like my old house. That's fucking creepy how accurate that is. That literally looks like my old kitchen. That's fucking creepy. I don't know. That's creepy. Google brings VO2 video generation to Gemini Advanced. The hell? $660 edition of Doom includes Gamebox that itself plays Doom. What the hell? Might want to read about that. Chipolo's Pop Bluetooth tracker works both Apple and Google. Find My Networks. Nothing there. RuneScape Dragon Wilds is launched into early access. RuneScape. I wonder what that game looks like. I wonder if anyone's streaming it. Narrative gameplay trailer. I want to see if anyone's streaming. I don't know any of these RuneScape YouTubers. Let's watch a small one. Let's find a small YouTuber. I guess. I don't know. I don't know who to watch. Damn, there's a lot of people playing this shit right now. We'll just do the Tactical Brit.
I mean, I can rebuild, by the looks of it, the current one I have, which I will do.
Oh yeah, get that XP, boy. Get that XP, boy. Alright, let's find someone else.
Unless I'm doing it wrong.
This is weird.
You're being hunted?
Kill
What?
him. Kill him,
What do you
pussy.
mean? Ah, shit!
Wait, what?
This guy's a
Hold on.
wuss. He don't even fight.
What are you gonna do now, assholes? Oh, they just don't care. Fuck. Oh,
Okay. Well, it definitely
Good
looks
ass
like a
deer,
game
motherfucker. Idiot.
I would never play.
And, you know, that kind of thing is...
How come everyone's chopping wood?
Fuck.
It's
They're
the
not.
third stream where someone's chopping wood. What?
Is he giving us any stuff? Build a crafting table and craft.
Half ago, as I've been streaming for over an hour, so
Fourth stream of someone chopping wood. What the hell, dude? Everyone's chopping wood in this game. Bro, fifth stream. Bro, every stream someone's chopping wood. What the fuck is going on here?
How did you get stones in?
Everyone's chopping wood. Nobody's doing anything.
Based on the equipment that people drop.
I just want to see, like, someone do something other than chop wood.
There's a lot more that I think still needs to be like made.
This stream is so laggy. At least this guy's killing stuff.
Huh. All right. Well, I think that's gonna be it for me. I think I'm just gonna call it there.
All right. Yeah, kill him. Kill it. Kill the giant rat.
Ratkers.
The parry is not super well indicated. It's hard to see when the enemy is
I would,
attacking.
I mean, I've only watched for about 5 minutes, but I would much rather play nice classic RuneScape than whatever the hell that is. Okay. $666 edition of Doom includes a game box that itself plays Doom. There are physical editions of the iconic shooters Doom and Doom 2 coming out thanks to limited run games. All editions ship with both games, but the highlight is something called the Will It Run edition. This one comes with all kind of extra goodies, including a game box that actually runs the original Doom. You read that right, box play Doom. All you have to do is connect a USB controller, as the box also has a port. It costs $666, which is a nod to the devilish source material. It is being kept to a limited run of 666 copies. Comes with an aforementioned screen-enabled game box that runs Doom, but that's just the beginning. The combo pack ships with the soundtrack on cassette, a certificate of authenticity, and a trading card pack with 5 cards. It comes with a couple of toys based on one of the franchise's most iconic enemies. There's a detailed 3-inch Kako demon that connects to a 5-inch base, which looks pretty nifty. There's also a small handheld Kako demon that you'll never guess also runs Doom. This edition is available for Switch, PS5, Xbox Series XS, and PC. The PC version, however, ships with a downloadable code and not physical copies of both games. Pre-orders start on April 18th and end on May 18th, with a release sometime after that. If 666 is too rich or demonic for your blood, there are also cheaper editions available. The big box edition costs $100 and ships with both games, a really big box, and a trading card set, and the soundtrack on cassette. The standard edition only includes the games and costs $30. However, these aren't straight ports of 2-3-year-old games. The developers made some enhancements for modern players. The visuals have been upgraded with a native 60 FPS frame rate and 16:9 support. The weapon carousel has been updated for faster switching, and the dev has added gyroscopic aiming. These titles now offer local 4-player co-op and online play. The games also include a bunch of new maps and long-standing community mods with the ability to integrate new mods. There's even a brand new episode called Legacy of Rust that was co-designed by ID, Night Dive Studios, and Machine Games. Players can also switch between the original music and a modern soundtrack. For those wondering why the developer would even make a box that runs Doom, it's because the game's ability to run on weird things has become a beloved meme at this point. Doom has been found running on pregnancy tests, rat brain neurons, and even via gut bacteria. Show off my OSRS account. I don't have RuneScape downloaded on my computer, and I'm not downloading it. So, I'm sorry. It's nothing special though. It's a lot of wasted time in one screen. A lot of wasted time. Comcast rolls out a 5-year price guarantee with plenty of fine print. With America's long-term and even short-term economic prospects shifting on Eric Cartman-like whims, some internet providers have begun offering multi-year price guarantees to provide a little stability amid the chaos. A couple weeks after Verizon introduced a 3-year price lock, Comcast has also followed suit with a 5-year pricing guarantee for new Xfinity residential customers. On the bright side, the deal isn't linked to an annual contract requirement, but as you might expect from a massive broadband company, there's plenty of fine print. First, the offer only applies to 400 megabyte per second home internet plans with 1 year of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited, a package that starts at $55 monthly. Then if you want unlimited data, you'll need to use an Xfinity Gateway, which requires a monthly rental payment, or pay an extra $30 monthly to enjoy it with your own modem. The locked-in price doesn't cover installation, taxes, fees, or other charges. Alright, whatever, I don't care about Comcast then. Whack. Thought you played it? Nah, I literally don't play video games, bro. Like, when I say that, I'm not joking when I say that. I don't play video games. At all. At all. But I used to play the fuck out of RuneScape for like a long time. I started playing when I was in like 7th grade or some shit like that. So, yeah, it's a lot. That's a lot. The account I have is not the original account from 7th grade. I wish, but... Did you quit video games cold turkey? Any pivotal moment? Honestly, I quit playing video games when I stopped playing Rocket League, because I was so obsessed with that game, and I was playing, like, no joke, like, 12 plus hours every single day. Like, this was my life for a solid, like, year, maybe even longer. Wake up, turn on the console, whether it was PC, whatever console I had, play Rocket League until nighttime, and go to sleep. Like, that was literally my life for at least a year. But I was playing that game so fucking much. And eventually, like, it became like an addiction. And I was getting up and playing it even though I absolutely hated the game. I was just so obsessed with getting better. Then, yeah. And then, you know, eventually I started to, like, truly actually hate it. And then I stopped playing. And then that's kind of when I stopped playing video games, because that moment kind of made me hate video games in a lot of ways. Played OSRS in like 2015. I was 10 or 11. It was fun. It's a good game. I like RuneScape. Really good game. Seems like one of those games. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't necessarily the game. Like, Rocket League's a good game. It's fun. It was the relationship with the game more than anything. I was playing so much. I mean, you saw some of those clips. Like, those were Those were like before I got like really good. I was like I stopped like saving clips because I was just hitting them all the time. Just became normal. But yeah, it was literally just the addiction of that game. Those clips are of someone with no life. Glad to have you back. I would never play that game again. I don't think. And that's the funny part, because those clips were before I actually had no life. Like I said, those are the beginning stages of me getting good. When I got good, there was no point in posting clips, because like every game there was a clip. I never played it. Why is it so addictive? It's not really. I wouldn't say it's an addictive game. It's just if you want to get good at that game, you have to be addicted to it, or else you're gonna be kind of your cap is you're pretty limited on how good you can get at that game if you're not playing all the fucking time. Like if you're a casual player, you're not gonna get that good at the game. You might be able to, like, you know, have fun and have good games and maybe hit some clips here and there, but that's about it. If you want to like truly get good at that game, you got to be playing nonstop. I beat you in a 1v1, I bet. Definitely not. I would destroy you. I would actually destroy you. I would probably kill Hugh G in a 1v1, and he actually plays that game. Like, 1v1s are what I'm the best at. Definitely not. You would have to be really good to beat me in a 1v1. You would have to be insane. And I haven't played in like a while, at least a couple years, but I guarantee I could still wreck. Definitely won't be anywhere near as good as I was, but I'm sure the skill is still there. OpenAI is apparently still trash. Gold, platinum. There's been stints where I put a lot of time in, but I mainly just play to keep up with my college buddies. Yeah, last time I played, I was in diamond. I can't remember. Can't remember if it was like Diamond 3 or not, but yeah, I was still playing in Diamond last time I played. But people are way better at that game than when I was playing. People are pretty good. I mean, they're not insane or anything. Like, Diamond players are still pretty trash, but people have gotten a lot better. The best way to approach that game is literally like, it's the same way like kind of the stock market. You put yourself in the shoes of the people you're playing against. I think a lot of people in that game just look at the ball and chase the ball. But if you literally just like don't look at the ball and just watch the other players, like that alone is enough to potentially get you to diamond. I never played it, but I got confidence. Yeah, if you've never played it, you would be screwed. I could beat you with my eyes closed if you've never played. You would be surprised how hard that game is. What's the highest rank? I don't know what it is now. Isn't it like Supersonic League? They've changed that game so much. I think they're in like season like 16 or something. I was playing in I don't remember when I started playing, like season 3 or 4. I want to feel better about my skills. Skills. The skills. Alright, I guess I'll read this article. OpenAI is apparently making a social network. It looks like OpenAI is building its own X-like social media network, according to The Verge. We don't have many specifics, but we do know there's an internal prototype that adds a social feed to ChatGPT's image generation tool. It remains unclear if OpenAI will launch this social network as a standalone app, or if it'll be integrated within the ChatGPT app, which is what the prototype indicates. The report does suggest that OpenAI CEO Sam Altman has been asking for feedback about the social network from people outside the company. One potential reason for this step is that the app would allow OpenAI to gather real-time data from users to train its AI models. It's also a potentially diversifying move for the company. Although it's uncertain if this project will ever see the light of day, one thing is probable: it'll likely get under the skin of Elon Musk, who owns X. Altman and OpenAI have been at odds with Musk for some time. Company rejected his offer to buy OpenAI instead of offering to buy Twitter for just $9.7 billion. It's worth noting that the offer is 4 times lower than what Musk paid for the platform, and that Altman purposely used the word Twitter and not X. OpenAI has also recently countersued Musk, accusing the billionaire of staging press attacks and malicious campaigns against the company on X. The suit also accuses Musk of making harassing legal claims, referring to his initial suit, and a sham bid for OpenAI's assets. The company also published an email from Musk's time at OpenAI, in which he suggested merging with Tesla. Altman and his crew have stated that Musk was present during talks about OpenAI going for profit, and that he suggested he be given majority equity, control of the board, and the CEO position. Musk left OpenAI in 2018 and founded XAI, which somehow just bought X in some kind of shady Ouroboros of corporate tomfoolery. Ouroboros. Got a PC. It's on PC. I think it's on the Epic Games launcher, if I'm not mistaken, these days. I don't think it's on Steam anymore. Oh. Okay, Unchained launches multi-million-dollar Bitcoin legacy project. Bitcoin financial service company Unchained has announced the launch of Bitcoin Legacy Project, a multi-year, multi-million-dollar initiative to support the long-term development, education, and advocacy of the Bitcoin ecosystem. The project begins with an initial $1 million commitment, with additional funding planned in the years ahead. The initiative will financially support Bitcoin developers, educators, core infrastructure projects, and advocacy organizations. Key components of the program include funding for Bitcoin community hubs, a think tank, a university endowment, and direct support for Bitcoin core development. As part of the initiative, Unchained is introducing what it describes as the first Bitcoin native donor-advised fund platform. The platform is designed to allow individuals and institutions to donate Bitcoin or other assets tax efficiently, with the ability to direct grants to US-based nonprofit organizations. Contributions can be held in Bitcoin within the fund, and recipients can also choose to receive grants in Bitcoin. To incentivize participation, Unchained will match donations made through the DAF platform to select partner organizations including MIT Media Lab's Digital Currency Initiative, Human Rights Foundation, OpenSats, and Brink up to 1 Bitcoin. In addition to philanthropic blah, 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 blah. In addition to philanthropic giving, the Bitcoin Legacy Project will support physical spaces for Bitcoin collaboration and innovation. In its first year, the project will direct funding to 3 Bitcoin hubs: Bitcoin Park Nashville, Bitcoin Commons in Austin, and the Space in Denver. These hubs aim to foster development, education, and community engagement within the Bitcoin sector. Unchained is also allocating resources to broader research and policy efforts. This includes a $50,000 contribution to the Bitcoin Policy Institute and $150,000 to launch the first Bitcoin-focused university endowment at the University of Austin. A new Bitcoin Scholars Program will distribute up to $250,000 in research grants to support original work and thought leadership in the Bitcoin space. Bitcoin's strength comes from the people who build, educate, and advocate for its future, yet many of the most critical initiatives struggle with long-term funding. We believe it's not just using Bitcoin, but strengthening it for future generations. The Bitcoin Legacy Project is our commitment to ensuring that Bitcoin remains strong, sovereign, and unbreakable. The Bitcoin Legacy Project reflects Unchained broader strategies to support Bitcoin's growth while reinforcing its commitment to financial services centered on collaborative custody and long-term asset security. Okay. Let's go, Power Hour. Tis the hour of power. The hour of power. All your indexes are red now. I'll be right back. See if I can download it today. You'll see what we're talking about. Yeah, that game is it's not easy. Not easy by any means. I have no clue what we're gonna do for the next hour. There's literally no like articles to read or anything. Wonder if my cards got graded yet. Probably not. It's got to be close, right? 308. So we're approaching 45 days. We're at what would that be? 30. We're at like 37 days, 36, something like that. I bought all those shirts and they shipped every single one separately. Every single shirt got shipped separately. So I got 13 packages coming of just random shirts. So funny. So funny. Ryan Cohen margin loan. I don't know. I saw that headline too, but it's a paywalled article. Probably nothing. Probably nothing. Yeah, I think it's just talking about the shares he put in his Charles Schwab account or whatever. Who knows? If the article's paywalled, it's probably nothing. 99.9% of the time. If it's paywalled, it's a big old nothing. Oh, Lord. I'm sorry to whoever I just made yawn. I'm tired. What the heck? Oh, there it is. They have a heat map on TradingView. It's kind of cool. I never use these. I guess Reddit. I don't know what else to do here. Really nothing going on. I guess we'll see how the stream's done today. Damn, slow ass stream today, bro. This is the slowest stream we've ever had. Well, not ever, but the slowest stream we've had in a long time. There's only 10 people here right now. That's wildin'. Wildin'. I guess everyone's sold. I guess everyone's sold. 27's all they wanted. KN. I've never seen that name in here before, but all I can say to you is you shouldn't go into random live streams and ask what you should do with your money. Think for yourself, decide if you want to do it for yourself, and then there you go. Life will be good when you learn to think for yourself. It's a lot easier. Instead of going into random live streams thinking I'm gonna tell you what you should do with your money. No, you have a brain, use it. It's pretty simple. Must not been the only one scrambling to file taxes. I guess, I don't know. Getting nicer outside. That could be part of it for sure. Who knows? Who knows? This does happen every now and then. At least it's not, you know, 2 people in the stream. Like the last time we had a really slow stream, there's literally like 2 people here. At least there's, you know, at least there's still for a really slow stream, at least there's like 10 people. Like that's pretty sick. (6-9) left and took his Colt with him. I guess so. I guess so. Matt X3. Haven't seen that name in here. I'll tell you the same thing I just told the last guy. Learn to think for yourself. It's very simple. Gotta be getting trolled. Probably. Probably. Good one, Mac X. Good one. Good one, buddy. I didn't know you were such a comedian. Ha 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 ha. Wow. I'm dying of laughter. That was so funny. Ha 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 ha. Wow. That was so funny. I could hardly read it over the amount of laughter your joke produced. Did it look weird when you this guy has 2 accounts to troll me. Interesting. Hey KN, at least I can go to the store and buy random stuff because I'm not a brokey. I can go waste $100 on some random Mario hats. Oh man. I got laid one time on some Mario sheets. Fire. Wahoo! You laid down some pipe, bro? You laid down the pipe? You gave her your super mushroom? Well, Reddit's pretty boring. Pretty boring. I guess check the bonds? I don't know. I'm just doing things at this point. The bonds are still killing. Next not getting better. Gonna have to hit the Cairo, I guess. Who knows? Cairo or yoga? Oh look, another comedian. Ha 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 ha. Wow. You're so funny. You win. Like, bro. Troll hour, I guess. I guess it's troll hour. Some loser who has like 10 accounts coming into my stream acting like anyone cares what he says. Very interesting. Very interesting. I want to smell that chair. And bro, it's fire. Craziest shit I've ever seen. There's some weirdos out there, that's for sure. Definitely some weirdos. I'll go through news one more time, I guess. I don't know. There's literally nothing going on right now. We could have let the trolls have a voice, I guess. But I'm sure he has 20 other accounts. I thought what the last guy said was the funniest. He said, "Have you profited today? Perhaps a few dollars." It's like, uh, actually, profited a lot, and I don't care about today. You can come back in 5 years and ask the same question, and then you know, we'll see if your question has any meaning at all. But if you think today matters, I mean, you're probably an idiot. Oh, this is gonna be the slowest 30 minutes ever. I'm just gonna clap this guy immediately. Just not even gonna give him a chance. No chance. Yeah, that's what you got. No chance. 'Cause you've got no chance. No chance in hell. You've got no chance. No chance in hell. You've got no chance. Dude, how many accounts does this little fucking brokey have? I was gonna call him the F word, but I changed it to brokey instead. I was gonna say a nice pleasant F word, but I changed it. SEC delays decision to allow staking for ETH ETFs. Saron clap. I mean, it's definitely just the same person. So, I mean, McDonald's snack wrap. That sounds delicious. Delicious. Yep, this is pretty lame. What's up, RL? How you doing? Whoops. What's up, One Trade? How to cut the Sauron Warrior created a supervillain. I don't think that was the same guy. Definitely not. Before I sleep, I listen to your voice. ASMR, no homo. blessed today. I hope, I don't really know what else to say, but God bless you, my friend. Hopefully you sleep well. Hopefully that was soothing for you. A nice soothing voice to make you fall asleep. Oh, we're just chilling RL on this nice slow stream today. Nice slow day for GameStop and the stream. But we chillin'. We chillin'. Had some trolls hop in here for a little bit. Or a troll. But other than that, really nothing going on. Pretty slow news day as well. CBS clap. Yeah, I don't fuck with fake news. I don't fuck with the fake news network. Some erratic price action? I don't know about that. It's pretty boring price action. I don't know about erratic. It's pretty fucking boring. Quite boring price action. Been in a 50-cent range all day. That's not erratic. If it was like a $3 range, then I would agree erratic, but today's just boring as hell. Quite. That's what I meant. Fair. I guess when I think of the word erratic, I mean I think of like volatility, I guess. I don't know what the actual dictionary definition of that word is. Still got 30 minutes. I have no clue what we're gonna do for 30 minutes. No clue. You've got no chance. No chance in hell. You've got no chance. No chance in hell. Boring. See what the stream's doing these days. 15 beautiful people. Much love to everyone here, especially if you've been here for a lot of the day. I appreciate you. because it's been a very slow stream. And there's no news or anything, really. See what this article says. That is not about GameStop, so I don't know why they put GameStop in the title. That makes no sense. See if we got any economics this week. Canada inflation, import and export prices. Doesn't look like tariffs are doing anything yet. Not seeing no effect there. Great Britain's inflation, U.S. mortgage rates, retail sales, manufacturing, oil stuff. You got a Powell speech on Wednesday. That could be why the market's not doing fucking anything. Could be waiting on that Powell speech. Is that tomorrow? It's today Tuesday? Yeah, that's probably why. Probably why we're not moving. Market tends to range like this before a Powell event. And then usually moves big. I don't know what it's for. I don't think it's a... I don't think the interest rate decision's until May. So it's not that, I don't think. Yeah, it's not that. I don't know why he's speaking. Thursday, you got building permits and housing starts. Fed balance sheet, mortgage rates, inflation rate for Japan. So you got some important data coming out this week. Other than that, not much. I want to see if this has changed at all. Nope. Insider buying's been trash. There really hasn't been much. No more new whales. Short interest should update next week. It updates today or yesterday, but they don't actually post it for like a week after. So we'll be waiting on that. What is this? How come I didn't get that article? How come it didn't publish here? It's odd. Weird, but whatever. At least there's something to read here. That's always good. At least there's something. Ooh, I want to read about that. I'm sure that article's been here this whole time, but I just barely saw it. Alright. At least we got some articles for now. I'll save. We'll do the crypto one first. President Trump executive director says U.S. could use tariff revenue to build strategic Bitcoin reserve. Bitcoin advocate and investor Anthony Pompliano sat down with Bo Hines, executive director of President Trump's Council of Advisors for Digital Assets, in a headline-making White House interview that offered the most detailed look yet at the administration's ambitious plans for a U.S. Holy shit, I can't read. For a U.S. strategic Bitcoin reserve.
Do you have a personal goal?
Oh, this is an hour long? Jeez. The conversation touched on a wide range of policy priorities, from stablecoin regulation and interagency cooperation to tariffs, law enforcement, and legislative developments, but a focal point of the conversation was the administration's intent to aggressively accumulate Bitcoin without increasing the burden on taxpayers. We have obviously made it very clear that we want to acquire as much as we can get, Hine told Pompliano. I've said that repeatedly throughout my time on the speaking circuit over the course of the last few months. It stipulates that we have to acquire Bitcoin in budget-neutral ways that don't cost the taxpayer a dime. One of the most eye-catching proposals involves using revenue from tariffs to fund Bitcoin purchases, which was interesting given the recent global trade war around tariffs and a recent White House economic projection stating that a global tariff of 10% would grow the economy by $728 billion. I think that we have, as the president likes to say, many high IQ people working on these solutions. We'll come together and flesh out some of these ideas and really get the best solution. Hines also addresses Senator Cynthia Lummis' proposed Bitcoin Act of 2025, which calls for the U.S. to acquire 200,000 Bitcoin annually for 5 years, building a million Bitcoin reserve. I think Senator Lummis has really an interesting idea with the Bitcoin Act, said Hines. Here what you would do is you revalue the gold certificates that we currently have at Treasury, most of which I think are valued around $43 an ounce, and now we're sitting at $3,100 an ounce, and if you took that value, what you could do is use the extra funding in order to buy more Bitcoin. As Hines emphasized, there's literally countless ways in which we can do this. Everything's on the table, and like we've said, we want as much as we can get. Following the interview, Pompliano published a video to his X account sharing his top 10 key takeaways from his interview with Hines, which can be found below. The full interview can be found here on Pompliano's YouTube channel. How long? 3 minutes? We could watch that, I guess. Sup, KCR? How you doing, my friend? Just got back from the climbing gym. Nice.
The White House last week to interview Bo Hines. He's the executive director of the Presidential Council of Advisors on Digital Assets. Bo's responsible for shaping our national policy on Bitcoin, stablecoins, and crypto assets. I took away 10 major things from my conversation with Bo. First, crypto's become a bipartisan effort. There's Republicans and Democrats who all understand the importance of the technology, and they see the industry as politically important now. The second thing is that people from every major government agency are involved in shaping our national crypto policy. The industry touches everything, from economics to geopolitics, from energy to law enforcement. We're better off having a well-rounded perspective in the room, in my opinion. The third thing is that the administration understands that Bitcoin is unique. They see the digital currency as digital gold, and they believe it to be strategically important for the United States. There's a large appetite within leadership to acquire as much Bitcoin as possible. That's good news for Bitcoiners. And I now believe a good framework to use is the question, what would happen if Bitcoiners infiltrated the White House? Because that's basically what seems to have happened here. Now, stablecoins is the fourth thing. Stablecoins are a big focus at the moment. The administration understands that these digital dollars, they're driving global adoption of US dollars. And ultimately, that is good for the US in the long run. Fifth, Bo Hines and the administration see Bitcoin and a strong dollar coexisting in the future. They believe Bitcoin's good for the dollar, and they believe that a strong dollar is good for Bitcoin. I agree with them. Sixth, large players from big financial institutions to foreign governments, they're all interested in figuring out what is their strategy for Bitcoin and crypto. The White House is fielding tons of calls right now from all of these groups. Seventh, recent changes at various regulatory organizations, that signals a tailwind for the crypto industry. The SEC, the CFTC, the OCC, and other regulators, they're all changing their tune. This can be seen in the recent personnel changes and some of the early rule changes that have happened as well. Now, eighth, the administration knows they got to rebuild trust with the industry and with the American people. It's really difficult to measure that change, but they want to work with industry players rather than work against them. Ninth, we should expect to see Wall Street and legacy financial firms embrace blockchain technology more broadly. Things like tokenization is all on the table right now. And 10th, there's a persistent optimism in the administration about technology in general. Bitcoin and crypto are a key part of this strategy from what I saw. Now, overall, not only was I impressed with Bo Hines personally, but I also found the administration's approach refreshing. I did not expect to hear comments like Bitcoin is unique, or other comments like we want to acquire as much as we can. With all that said though, talk is cheap. The administration followed through on an important campaign promise by establishing that strategic Bitcoin reserve. But it would be disappointing if they stopped there. The tens of millions of Americans who own these assets, they're looking for material improvement in the United States' position. They want to see our government embrace Bitcoin and embrace crypto. And hopefully, that's exactly what we're going to get.
I was muted that whole time. Ahead of its launch, Dexerto sat down with the Dragon Wild's executive producer, Jesse America, to learn more about the project's origins, how it retains the very British DNA of its forebears, and the importance of the number 99. The power of community. Jagex is no stranger to iterating upon and continually updating a game over years and even decades. RuneScape 3, formerly RuneScape 2, has received frequent updates since 2004. At the time I was thinking, what is a project that would suit Jagex, the way it thinks about games and game development? America told me, adding that he ultimately settled on something that would not lead us down the path of trying to be a AAA developer, because that's not necessarily Jagex's style. A game concept that we could iterate upon together with the community. Community input has been a huge importance to Jagex over 2 decades, and while they've strived to maintain a balance between fan feedback and implementing its vision, America recognized the correlation between fostering a strong community with the longevity of a survival game. You've seen that in our games like Old School and others, where what we've done is listened to players and acted upon their feedback. From that starting point, I arrived at a survival game. Old School RuneScape, a snapshot of an older RuneScape 3 build that ultimately became its own game in 2013, only adds content to the live game if it passes an approval threshold voted on exclusively by players. The democratic approach is unlike any other MMO, and certainly is its flaws. Not all good ideas are given a pass, but as a concept, it'd be an invaluable tool to gauge sentiment, especially for a game in early access. Whether Jagex will adopt the formats for Dragon Wilds, America didn't say. However, player agency and freedom was a constant at the forefront of his mind during our discussion. Freedom is really important for RuneScape players to determine their own play path, their own sort of journey through their game experience, which fits with open world survival. And then there are things that you see in all of these games, like base building and resource gathering and combat, and a variety of other features, and every survival game has its own. Skilling and killing. That desire to never shoehorn the player into a specific playstyle bleeds into other areas too. Like RS3 and OSRS, Dragon Wilds allows players to utilize magic, melee, and ranged as the three primary methods of combat, but where their paths diverge is the eschewing of any combat triangle. No combat style is weak or strong against another. You're free to use all three wherever and whenever you please. It is a little bit more free-form than the combat triangle itself, but again, we're early in access, and as with a lot of things that we developed for this game, we took a balanced approach. These are things that belong to the MMO, he tells me. These are things from the survival genre that we need to be beholden to, and we are going to make that blend. Where the open-ended approach starts to become more uniform and rigid in nature is Dragon Wild's skills. Like RS3 and OSRS, each encompass a specific activity and can be leveled to 99, a carryover of the aforementioned game's level cap that America was particularly happy to reveal. You'll be leveling key familiar RuneScape skills to level 99, he said with a smile, confirming that each skill would have its own exclusive unlocks, including a so-called survival magic spells. Reaching new levels in woodcutting, for example, will unlock survival magic. There are perks and bonuses that you unlock as you level up, but also access to specific types of magic belonging to that skill, which have specific utility within the survival realm. Whether each of Dragon Wild's skills will take as long to max out as those found in its sister games remains to be seen, but serious experience grind or not, the intention is undoubtedly to have players specialize in different skills early on and share the wealth, as it were, with others. Don't have the woodcutting level to chop a certain tree? Worry not, that's what friends are for. Explorers together strong. Co-op is a hallmark of survival games, and Dragon Wild support up to 4 players, all able to progress together in a shared world. So your progress is based, or is held within your character. Everything that's on your character and what you have achieved carries over with you. Even if you were to, for instance, jump into somebody else's world, you make meaningful progress somebody else's world, America explained. One component of that progress will be quest and story progression, often lauded in the MMO community for offering bespoke quests packed with narrative, unique puzzles and mechanics. I'm not going to say too much about the story because that is one of the things we want players to experience day one, but when it comes to quests, we definitely wanted to start with quests that were more in the realm of quality storytelling rather than go and kill 10 rats. That's not to say basic kill orders for the purposes of tutorials won't be present, but America affirmed that plan was to lean much more into the quests and lore aspect of the game as we develop it further. A central part of the narrative will be hunting down the Dragon Queen and her brood, who have taken a liking to the island of Ashenfall. We are definitely going to be leaning into the Dragon Slayer fantasy, where taking out these bosses, their underlings, and their offspring yield rewards that show you are a Dragon Slayer, and by which you can improve your power. Cutting down building-sized lizards 10 times your size is hard graft, though in every adventurer needs to place a call to call home after the daily grind. Construction of one of the Dragon Wild skills, and just like RS3 and Old School, it's all about home improvement. We want at the very least to offer people an experience that even if you're not that big of a fan, a good experience. According to feedback we've gotten during the alpha, we actually delivered on making a really good building system with snapping, rotation, and individual building pieces, all of which gives you experience. Can dragons dive bomb your house and scorch it to its foundations? I didn't ask, but one threat to your hard work, if you opt to allow the option, will be other players. Friendly fire. The short answer is yes. Dragon Wilds has PvP. We call it friendly fire. It's an option you can turn on when you create a world for you and your friends. America considers PvP as one area brimming with potential, but again, stress the importance of player feedback regarding how much of a focus it and other types of content would be in the future. For us, it's really important what feedback is going to be on this game. What will players want to see? What gets priority? Obviously, we have our own stable of ideas that we are really in love with, but some of that direction and those priorities will be decided by what the community tells us. America's excitement and belief in Dragon Wild's potential for success grew palpably with every response in a delightfully infectious manner during an interview that placed a great importance on the concept of a collaborative game development between studio and audience. Whether Dragon Wilds will be the addition of Jegex's portfolio of success stories it has sought for long remains to be seen, but if ever there was a chance, this is it. Marrying sandbox MMO with survival, emphasis on the latter, is a no-brainer that Jagex is uniquely positioned to pull off. RuneScape Dragon Wilds enters Steam Early Access this spring. Crazy. I mean, I don't know if I would play that game or not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'd rather play RuneScape. OSRS. The OG. Four more minutes till the market closes here. That was a good ending article. Almost perfect. Almost perfect timing. GameStop selling off a little bit here. Sup, Moose? Busy day around the office. How we doing? Oh, we're chilling. Kind of a slow stream, but I mean, I don't know. other than that, it's been a good day so far. Chewy's up 2% while GameStop's selling off. Interesting. I think I forgot to tell you guys, but I did sell 50 shares earlier at 27.10 or something like that. And I do plan on buying more. I would buy the I want to see it drop back to like 25. That would be kind of cool. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it would be good for me as far as the little flips go. Think we get GME news after the bell? I have no clue. No clue. Every day can't be fireworks. True. Very true. It is weird though, because we haven't had a slow stream like this in a long time. It's been a while. It's been a while. So it is a little weird, but so I got like 25K waiting now. Love the scalping. I don't know the exact amount I have. I've sold like 300 shares at this point or something. So I don't know what that is. It's like 7,500 or something. But I might buy more than that. I don't know. Depends how much it drops. I guess. . there's a big part of me that wants to go full degen into the stock, but I just don't do it for, obvious, I mean, not obvious reasons, but who knows what'll happen. Oh. And that's the bell. 2670 is your close. We'll see if we get any news here. I'm gonna go out on a whim and say no, but who knows? Oh yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna stick around here for a few more minutes, see if we get any news, but I'm not gonna stick around that long because there's not much to talk about. There's no news. There's nothing. But maybe we'll get news here. I feel like Reddit's kind of quick on the news sometimes. So we'll see if we get anything. Nothing. Whole lot of nothing. A whole lot of nothing. Oy. I think I'm gonna cook some tacos here in a minute. Sounds amazing. I just think GME is a play that will go for years. Might as well flip and dip on volatility. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that, because there's a real possibility that the stock just consistently climbs over time. But yeah. There'll be down weeks, down months. Yeah, it is Taco Tuesday, huh? I didn't even think about that. But I am gonna make tacos for Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday. Taco, 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 taco kisses. I give you my taco kisses. Taco, taco, taco burrito. Oh, Ben, you are so perfect. You make me forget about tacos. Oh, the tacos so good. Say yummy, 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 give me more. Make me forget about tacos. Oh, the tacos so good. Vegas Matt. High stakes slots on a cruise ship. I haven't watched Vegas Matt in a minute. Well, are we gonna get any news or nah? Cause I'm about to hit the dusty old trail if we don't get no news here. Gonna hit the dusty old trail. Hmm. Come on, Ryan, give us some news. Or something. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen, where is my news? Where is my news? I don't think we're gonna get any. Bond's still at 113%. That's good. That's good, I guess. I suppose. Okay. I think I'm out of here. I don't think, I mean, usually it takes a little bit more time for news to come out, but I don't really want to sit here and wait around for it. So, I guess we'll talk about it tomorrow if anything pops up. But I appreciate anyone who's been here on this really slow stream day. I thank you, like especially if you've been here for most of the day or all day. Because, yeah, it's been a really slow day, it seems like. So thank you for the support if you've been here all day. Or, you know, if you support the stream at all. Of course, I appreciate it. But, yeah, especially if you've been here most of the day. Like, that's really cool. Anything else? Shout out to anyone if you're new here. Thanks for giving the stream another chance. And I think that's it. So shout out to everyone, or you know who's in the chat right now. Matt Romano, KCR, Muma, Moose again, RL, Hugh G, maybe. I don't know if he's still here. I don't know who else is here, but I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. God bless ya. And yeah, just enjoy the rest of your day. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Peace!